To Moving On TV. Today I'm talking to Lenny Dougal about an amazing healing technique that she has come up with, which is called the blueprint? Healing blueprint? The healing blueprint?
Healing blueprint. Healing blueprint. Yep. Healing blueprint. Yep.
That's great. So Lenny, how are you today?
I'm great. It's so nice.
It's wonderful to have you here from Pennsylvania. That's right, isn't it? How's the weather?
Yep.
Good.
It's kind of hot today. It's been pretty cool this last week, though, enough to where I could turn the air conditioner off. It's a little hot today. It's about 82. Not too bad.
Okay. So we were talking before about how you received this amazing technique, which I've been using on my leg. And I must admit, I've been releasing the pain all the time. I mean, people have been seeing it on Facebook. I was in quite a lot of pain because I had an accident this time last year. I was in a wheelchair for 4 months and I didn't have an operation. So when I came out of the wheelchair, I decided I was going to heal the pain if it came without any medication, because that's how I am. And you saw that and you contacted me and you taught me the blueprint technique, which I've been using continuously. And my leg has been practically free of pain. And as soon as I got any pain, I used it. And within minutes, well, less than minutes, I was actually walking. And the whole time I was in the USA, I had no pain. And quite honestly, I don't really have pain, thanks to you. So I'm very, very grateful. And I want us to pass this message on to everyone. So a question that I have for you is, I know a lot of people that are in intense pain. I mean, really, really suffering from a lot of pain. And how would you get someone that's actually in intense pain, that it's hard for them to even sit and think that they could ask their pain in? How are you going to do it? Would you do that by steps, like slowly, slowly, gently, gently? Because quite honestly, my pain was not severe enough. And luckily, when I sit down, I could get rid of it. It was only when I was walking. So if I was walking, I would use this technique and then the pain would go. But what if you've got someone that is really, really in intense, horrendous pain? Because I know people like that. How can they the technique, the blueprint?
The best way to do it is that you need to work on it all day long. They just would need to welcome it, and welcome it. It works on any pain, so it doesn't matter if it's intense or a little bit. It works on either one. So the best thing to do is just build your belief up more and more by welcoming the pain all day long, by setting the sword and shield down first. And you just need to get past that belief wall. You know, some people have a harder time. Some people have a really easy time breaking through that wall. But either way, whether you're in intense pain or not, you just want to welcome the pain all day long. Welcome it, love it, thank it for the experiences that it has given you. It's basically just a process of doing it until it clicks.
Okay, so basically what you're doing is you're surrendering your pain. You're giving it up. You're saying, you're putting your sword down. I presume because you're giving a message to the subconscious to say you're not going to fight. Is that right?
Right, you're giving a message to the actual pain.
Okay.
Or, you know, welcoming it as opposed to reacting negative to it. The surrender does come into it, but it's more of like you're not attacking or defending against the pain. You're welcoming it into your body so that it can move through you to attach it to you.
Okay, so
now,
sorry,
with who has working with chemo. So she's in
really.
Oh, we have a woman right now that has working with chemo symptoms, and she's too, and is able to clear her chemo pain. So I consider that to be pretty intense, and I've been working with her.
That's fantastic. That is such an amazing gift. Whenever I see people suffering physical pain, I just want to go over to them and I want to take it away. You know, we're healers, and you think, oh, I can lay my hands on them and help them. But it's really about taking responsibility for your own life and your own body and believing that you can do it. That's really what it is. Everything's like that. So because what you were saying as well is very interesting. I've been doing a lot of reading about pain because, like I say, I was suffering a lot, and I've been reading a lot. And I think that 90%, well, 99% of it is because we tense up, we get frightened, we get angry. And so what you're doing by welcoming the
Yes.
pain in, it's like if you have a child that's misbehaving, you know, you're giving them love. And when you give love,
Yes.
then it starts to change because you're reinforcing the love. And I think everything's about that, Lisa. So, do you want to give us just
everything wants to be.
hello? I can't hear you. You still there?
Oh, yeah. Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can. So,
Okay, good.
do you want to give us a little, like, how do you do the session? Like, someone is watching now and they're in intense pain and they want to really, they say, right, that's it. I'm going to take control now of my body. I'm going to do everything I can now. I'm going to follow what Lenny says. So what are the steps that they need?
Sure. The first thing that you want to do is imagine that you're holding a sword and shield or whatever you to defend against something. I personally like to use a sword and shield. You're going to imagine yourself setting the shield down and then walking up to an imagined being or sacred space, the door opening, and then your issue, say neck pain, walking through the door, and you welcome it. You say, well, my home, thank you experiences that you have given me, or welcome to my meeting space or home. I love you. Take a second to love it and thank it for the experiences that it has given you. The actual, the script that I use is I set my sword and shield down. Hi, neck pain, welcome. Thank you for the experiences that you have given me. Something about that sentence, thank you for the experiences that you have given me, is magical for me and it works really well. Then I take to thank it and love it. And then the exercise is over and it only takes 15 to 30 seconds. It's really simple.
Okay, that's fantastic.
Thank it and love it. And then the exercise is over and it only takes 15 to 30 seconds. It's really simple.
Okay, that's fantastic. So you basically take whatever represents to you violence. So, for example, you said boxing gloves. Yeah, if someone felt that boxing gloves was a way of fighting, they would take the boxing gloves off and they would put them down on the ground. If it to you, if it's sword or guns, you lay your guns down. You literally, and you can actually feel.
Yes.
I feel it. I feel the relief. The minute I take something that I consider violent and put it on the ground, my body goes like that. The relief comes. And then you invite the pain in. So, for example, if it's pain in the neck, I actually call it pain in the neck. So I'm giving it a name. Or pain in the leg pill. You can give it a name. And you can be creative, because when I started to do this, Lenny, I was laughing so much because I was creating my characters, you know, because I'm an actress and a director. So when Pain in the Neck came, I could see them, what they looked like. I sat them down. I put cushions around them, started getting someone to massage their feet. I brought dancers, you know, to give them entertainment. And I could feel that as I started to laugh, the pain started to disappear, because it's always the same. It's, as I said, if you go on the stage and you perform, I know people with MS and they can't walk, never mind run. But when they go on the stage to perform, they run from one side to the other. So it's really connecting to what we really are. You know, they call it mind over matter, but it's connecting to what we really are, isn't it? That's really what it is. But
Yeah.
so you were very, very, very lucky and inspired to be able to be given this. Now you were given this when you had a serious mold allergy. Do you want to tell us a little bit about that?
Yes. And back in 2003, I got really sick and almost died, began to see spirit from the mold. And then in 2016, what happened was I spilled water in my room and it became mold. And then I breathed that in. And about a day into it, my guides came and said, do you want to heal from this, or do you want to suffer from it your entire life? And I said, sure. So they told me about the sword and shield, and they just kept saying, welcome to my body mold, telling me to say that over and over again. And then it dissipated, and I could not believe it. And I was taking allergy pills too, and I was getting a really bad, like, weird feeling from those, and that dissipated too.
Wow.
So I stopped everything and cured the mold allergy just by doing that. So mold's kind of been my savior.
Incredible, isn't it?
It brings me all the lessons I yeah.
So when you say they came to you, are you clairvoyant? Did you see them? What did they look like? Fascinated to know.
I have 2 on my left side, 2 on my right side, and then several other guides that they basically look like beautiful human, and they've been with me since 2003, but I wasn't able to connect with them to where I could hear what they were saying or write it down or channel it, whatever you want to call it. And so they were with me the whole time during this experience, and they always are with me, but they were able to come through really strong this time and spread their message, to how to heal this time. So I just kept going, are you sure welcoming the mold? That's the last thing I want to do. And they said, yeah, just keep welcoming. I was like, okay, welcome to my body mold. I love you. It worked. I couldn't believe it.
Well, the proof is in the pudding, guys. If you're just going to be watching TV, I'm talking to Lenny Dougal. Lenny Dougal is a healer, and she was given something called the blueprint, which helps to heal pain. And the proof is, as I say, the proof is in the pudding, because I am using it. I'm using it, and I have been able to release pain in my leg continuously through using it, which is incredible. And we're going to take a quick little break now, as we've got to have a word from our sponsor and an advert, and then we'll come back and talk to Lenny a little bit more about this amazing blueprint and how you can use it in your day-to-day life. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Martin Oswald of Martin Oswald Hypnotherapy. I specialise in smoking cessation, weight loss, phobia release, stress management and hypnobirthing. I can do a free assessment via the phone, via Skype or face-to-face at any time. So that's Martin Oswald of Martin Oswald Hypnotherapy. Looking forward to your call now. You can also find me on my Facebook page, which is Martin Oswald Hypnotherapy.
And today I'm talking to Lenny Dougal, and we're talking about the amazing blueprint that was handed down to her in 2003. 2016, yeah. Lenny was given this technique in 2016, where she learned how to heal all of these different symptoms in your body. Now, you have to remember that moving on TV, we don't tell you not to go to a doctor. On the contrary, Lenny actually works with people that are having chemotherapy, and you can use this in conjunction, which is so exciting, because there are people out there that they have serious conditions, but they need to know they can still use these techniques, and obviously there's no contraindications. You're not actually taking anything into your body. You're just using what you really are, your consciousness and love. It's all about the power of love. So, we're brought up when we have a pain, I know I was, to punish that part of the body and say, God, I can't stand this body. I want to get out of it. I've had enough. And you get to a point when you're suffering a lot with pain, like when I couldn't walk because I was already suffering so much. You don't want the body anymore. And that's how we're brought up. We're brought in such a negative way. But what Lenny is doing, and what a lot of, with all the spiritual work that we know does, it teaches us that we have to be in our bodies. We have to be grounded in our bodies.
Yes.
And love our bodies and be grateful that, this flesh and bone is what gets me through it, what makes me experience life. So it's very interesting because we're both students of A Course in Miracles, and we work, I'm not a body, I'm free.
for people who know what A Course in Miracles is, teachings of Jesus, but it's all about love. And we kind of, we're talking about this, where I don't feel there's an actual struggle with the affirmation that I'm not a body, I am free. Because to me, everything that I'm taught through A Course in Miracles and spirituality is, it's not that I'm not a body, it's a metaphor. All it means is that I am not attached to this body. That's how I see it. So I am able to rise above it. And to a certain extent, we work together, yes, but body, you listen and you work with me. You know, I'm still, you know, kind of in charge here. What I am inside, and therefore we work together. And what you're saying is the only way that we can work together is by loving this flesh and bone and this shell that we call a body, and making it feel good, dressing it nicely, making it look good, but making it feel good inside. And so you believe that everything, every pain we go through comes from our emotions and things that we've gone through, like grief, and therefore the body reacts because it can only do so much on its own. Is that right?
It can. It's almost like you've taken the power away from it over the years by learning that the body isn't important. You just want to give the power back to the body to heal. You know, that's a big part of it. I've been watching this for about 10 years now, what sicknesses and what illnesses have been going on in my body, and they've always been from emotional or spiritual issues.
Mm-hmm.
And I do want to tackle that issue as well.
Great.
So you've got to get to the core. I mean, again, you've got the journey work, you've got Louise Hay, all of our metaphysical healers. But if we go all the way back to Myrtle Fillmore, I study unity, silent unity. Myrtle Fillmore in the 1980s, the end of last century, she actually, well, century before, sorry, she actually was, she had TB. And they told her she was going to die in 4 months, and she loved her body back to being well again. She literally lay with herself every day for about 2 years and loved every part of her body back. Now, I was going to do that. I was going to lie there every single day. I tried it, and I said, I love you, my leg, I love you, my kidneys, I love you, and thank you. But, you know, who wants to wait 2 years, you know? So when you came to me and told me, Lauren, you can do this just like that, I thought, well, there you go. That actually fits the way we live these days. Well, because we live in a consciousness where everybody wants everything very quickly, don't
I know I do. I'm not patient.
Sat under a tree for years and years and years trying to figure all this stuff out. But the way we live is people want everything very quickly. Everything is texting and emails, and people don't have time to sit and to heal themselves for hours and hours and hours. So this is a technique that everyone can use. It's like taking a pill, but you're not actually taking a pill. You're creating the health and the healing inside yourself without needing to take medication. Like myself, I don't want the side effects. I don't want the side effects, and therefore I cannot take medication. So if you're like me and you've chosen a journey like that, then you can use this technique, and within seconds, minutes, whatever, you will start to definitely feel a relief. But you can also use it if you're on medication, and that's the beauty. So it's for everyone. It's for everyone, isn't it? So Lenny, how are you going out and promoting this? Are you going to write a book to teach people? How do you feel that you're going to go out and promote this?
Well, right now I just use our websites, egointegration.com. All of the exercises are free on there. And then the other website is called wholeworldpeaceandtarot.com. And that explains my journey with the ego. And it's our website, but it has a lot of things about the ego on there, that the beginning of how all of these exercises came about, you know, with my relationship with the ego, loving the ego. So that's how I've been promoting it on Facebook.
Mm-hmm.
things like that. It hasn't gotten very far yet. We're just kind of in the beginning of it. So far like
Yeah.
that.
Okay, so do you want to give me those websites again? So the first one, what was the
Sure.
first one?
The first one is called it's Whole World Peace and Tarot, word obviously, .com.
www.wholeworldpeaceandtarot.com. Okay, that's the first one. So if you go on there, you can connect to Lenny. And the other one is?
Egointegration.com.
www.egointegration.com. And you get all the exercises for free. Now, how incredible is that? And so you've decided to give everything from here, from the heart. You've been giving away these exercises. This is incredible because there's so many people out there, those that have so little, they worry themselves to death and then they get sicker and sicker and sicker. And so you are giving these people everything, and that means so much to me, because I always think that, you know, if you're given something like this, you have to give it away. You have to be able to teach it to everyone. So that way everyone can benefit from such an incredible gift. It's wonderful. Thank you, Lenny. Really, really appreciate this. It's wonderful. What else would you like to say to our viewers? Because this is an opportunity for you here to talk to our viewers all over the world and to get the message out. So what would you like to say?
Well, obviously, first I'm going to say you want to work with your ego and welcome your ego. That is the only reason that I'm doing healing work. It came natural. It's you connect with every aspect of your body. Secondly, every issue in your body has a separate essence. So say, for instance, with you, your pain and shoulder pain are going to be actually two, unless it's in one spot, and then your leg pain is going to be separate. So you want to work on them separately and do each issue one at a time, welcoming them, and don't give up. Do not give up. Keep going. Eventually it'll click, and then you'll feel like the most powerful being in the world when that does happen, you know. But it can be frustrating because until your belief kicks in, you're going to be like, oh, this might not be working for me. That's how I felt the first day.
Okay.
I kept telling my guides, this isn't working. I don't know what to do.
Excuse me. That's really, really good. It's really good to tell people, because not everyone is practicing this day and night like I
Be talking to Lenny here. You know about moving on TV. You know we only promote things where we believe in what we're promoting. Amazing people that are changing our world. You know, and I wouldn't be telling you this because people know me. They know I'm genuine. They know my life story. Everybody knows. And so basically, as you say, take it slowly, slowly. So as you say, it took a while for you to kick in.
Yes. It took about an entire, I can't remember if it was 1 or 2 days with the mold. Some things have taken a little bit longer, but I've systematically gone through every single issue in my life and healed like 99% of them this way, using the healing blueprints. You can use it for anything, whether you want more of something like abundance or you want less of something like pain. It works the exact same way. You can plug literally any issue into this and work.
Yeah,
that's what it was designed for. My guide, we used to know how to heal, but humanity forgot, and this is just reminding people how to heal again.
For example, we were talking about worries and fears and how that can actually cause insomnia. People don't sleep very well. I don't sleep very well. I haven't slept very well since I had a lot of grief and loss last year when I lost my father, and I had big issues with my family who don't talk to me anymore. And I find that when I go to sleep at night, it seems to come back. Everything seems to come back. My head is like a washing machine head. It goes round and round. So what would you advise for someone like myself who doesn't sleep very well? How can they use these techniques? Because I know loads of people are suffering from worry about money, and which is causing a lot of depression and insomnia.
Well, I've actually personally worked with the word worry. You do the same thing set your sword and shield down, and, you know, open the door, welcome worry in. Thank you, worry, for the experiences that you have given me. I love you. Take a second to really deeply love worry. And it has helped me sleep really, really well. Worry manifests as insomnia, OCD, fidgeting. That's how it shows up in your body, mind racing and things like that. So I personally just happen to be working with worry these last couple of weeks and have gotten the best sleep.
Wow.
I couldn't sleep either. I've never been able to sleep. But you can actually invite good sleep into the healing blueprint if you want.
How do you do
that?
that?
Has a different energy that.
Yeah, because you mentioned that.
The same way
What
you
does
set
that
the sword
mean?
and shield down.
Okay.
Yep, and then you just welcome good sleep into it. Exact same formula every time. Welcome good sleep. Thank you for the experiences that you have given me. I love you. And allow the sleep energy to kind of.
And you welcome in good sleep. But then do you also still welcome in the insomnia at the same time?
You can do that also if you want. You can personally worked better for me because it tackled 2 or 3 different issues that were connected to worry, like insomnia, fidgeting, OCD, all that stuff that's connected to worry. But yes, you can absolutely just add insomnia to it if you want, instead of good sleep, whatever you want to do. It works for both.
Okay, so you recommend to work on each issue separately. So you're giving it your full attention again to make it so, for, as I said, for example, if you've got an issue like insomnia, which is causing lots of fidgeting and depression, which of course it can, you know, because you're not having a good sleep. And sleep is very important, especially if you're not very well. It's the way the body renews itself. You need to sleep. Our immune system needs to renew itself. So for example, if you have, like I said, if you've got insomnia, so you recommend that you do maybe one session on welcoming in the insomnia or the bad sleep, and you do the whole process, and then you welcome in good sleep and you invite it in and you make it feel good. So it's becoming part of your universe. Is that what you mean?
Yeah, because you're healing the insomnia and then you're welcoming the good sleep. But I think that it would just work if you worked with insomnia too. Like I said, I was working with worry and good sleep, and worry healed OCD fidgeting issues, and then I welcomed good sleep in, and that seemed to have a really strong energy that put me to sleep. But yeah, you can do all of them or just work insomnia if you want. Whatever your intuition tells you, listen to that. But yeah, you can do all of them if you wanted.
That's fantastic, Lenny. Have you got anything else that people ask you? That do you get people contacting you, asking you questions, interesting things that you may want to share about this?
You know, people don't really have that many questions. They're more connected on which issues to welcome in. I do this every time in every one of my sessions. I say, do you have any questions? And nobody ever has questions. They're too scared to ask them, or I don't know what it is that, you know, that I haven't had any weird questions asked to share, sorry.
Great, okay. So, because it's really interesting, you've gone a step further than things like A Course in Miracles, where we're told that the ego is what causes us all our problems. But again, it depends on the interpretation, because it talks about not having the separation. So again, to me, you can interpret everything the same way, because the new consciousness is about joining everything. So why not bring the ego in, bring the worry in, bring the fear in, instead of pushing it away? So you've gone to a higher stage, to a higher vibration now. And as I say, a lot of the energies that are coming down to us are on a higher vibration. I think every sage that we've had, every teacher that we've had, could only use what they knew. And now the energies are becoming stronger and stronger. I was talking to an angel healer the other day, and she told me that apparently there are other planets around us. Now, I don't know, but, you know, she seemed to be very, very strong about her beliefs. And on every single planet, there is equality, except ours. Isn't that interesting? Everyone is looked
Yeah.
after. Everyone has got enough food and enough, and apparently, because our consciousness is changing, all these beings are now coming through, and they're going to help us. And that's why we have people like Lenny that are doing what she's doing. That's why we have people like Casey Armstrong, who's doing World's Most Amazing People, a radio station where he puts people like us on and promotes it all over the world. And that's why I created Moving on TV, because I want you to know the good stuff. I want you to know that there is hope, like my name. I want you to know that you don't have to suffer needlessly. And this appeals to every single person, not just if you have a bit of a headache or you're healing from a broken leg like myself, but if you're suffering with cancer or anything, and you're still going through your medication and whatever it is you need to go through, Lenny is giving you a gift where you can reduce the level of your pain. Now, between you and me, Lenny, there's a payoff for everything. And if people are given this on the guilt, we're giving it to them on a platter. They don't have to pay anything. All they've got to do is sit for a few seconds a day and say, I love you, my pain, and there you go. I want you to understand that I'm going to work with you. It's not a huge thing that people can do. And I think that if people are not going to do it, it's because there's something underneath it. There's a payoff of some kind. You know, people suffer all the time with pain. And again, I'm not being patronizing, because I don't, that's not what I'm trying to say here. And I'm talking about, for example, my mother, bless her, who has passed. She was always sick. So when she healed, she had to get sick again. She had to get sick again. I think some people get sick because they don't have the opportunity to rest. And their body is saying, you know what, you're going to have to rest now. You've got no choice, mate. Don't you think that? There's a payoff. And again, this is not patronizing. I'm just being honest, because I know that myself. I know sometimes we need attention, and then we get more pain and more suffering. But everyone is an individual, and you need to sit with this and try to understand your own situation. But I know, how, as I say, how I was brought up. So how do you feel about that? When people are not healing, do you think it's because there's something inside them that needs that attention?
Yeah, it's more like, yes, I agree with that. Absolutely. It's just, you're just being honest. And it's more, I think it's more like people become addicted to the pain and they don't know any other way. So they're not able to release it, or that seems to be, I don't know for sure. I would never ever want to talk about anyone in a negative way, but I agree with you there. Yes. It's like people become addicted to it. It's all they know, and they think that's all life can be for them, you know?
Yeah. And it's, I'm not judging anybody. I'm not judging anyone, of course,
right?
Because that's all my mother knew. That's all she knew. She just knew how to be sick.
Yeah.
And, you know, had a very good teacher. And I thought to myself one day, you know what? I don't want that. I don't want to think like that anymore. And someone very clever said to me, well, what about thinking about your mother when she was a young woman? Because she was full of vibrancy and she was very happy. You know, so if you have been brought up in a certain way where your parents were always suffering, always in pain, then why don't you do what this person said to me? Think about your parents when they were actually happy, when they weren't laid down with all of this suffering. And then you can model them, and then you can start to feel better, because we do take on a lot of the suffering from our parents. You know, we do suffer, you know, what our parents like, they kind of like karma, but we can get rid of it. We could say, no, I don't want it. And that's why people, amazing people like Lenny, have come here to teach us. And so we've given you the websites, and Lenny has told you about how she's been healing everything from mold infections to colds to insomnia. And, you know, a lot of people are walking around with chronic problems, aren't they? Problems that they go to the doctor and they either get given loads of medication and can't get anywhere because they get the side effects, or problems that there is really nothing to heal them with except doing stuff like this. And of course, I mean, where does it come in as well? Nutrition, like looking after your body with proper nutrition. Do you do that? Do you have any special diets that you're on?
No, I always laugh because I'm not your typical teacher. I love junk food. I'm not into any type of organics and things like that. I truly believe what you believe you put into your body is good for you.
Okay.
So to me, junk food's healthy for you,
Ah.
but you can't eat the junk food with the fear that it's going to be bad for your body. You do in yourself to eat with love, to do everything and learn trust for whatever you're taking, because you can actually do damage by eating only healthy foods and having fear of junk food. Any type of fear is going to cause chaos in your body. So I learned to drink tap. I only, I'm like I said, I'm not your average teacher. I don't do yoga. I listen to like really hard rock music, so those things bring me joy. Those things bring me happiness and health to my own self. But yes, I do agree with you. If you're loving the nutrition and what you're putting into your body, will do you good. If you believe that it's going to, as long as you don't do it with fear,
Wow. Because you do look at these 90-year-old people or 100-year-old, they're still smoking, and they smoke and they smoke and they love it, and they're still here and they're healthy. And yeah, I've heard this before. Someone did say that to me. It's like when people bless their food and they know that this food is going to do them good. So everything is really in our mind. Everything is in the mind, isn't it?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Everything is in the mind, so we can change anything. So if you're eating that beautiful bar of chocolate, enjoy it. Enjoy it, and then it's going to do you good. Mind you, I must admit that since the menopause, if I have dairy chocolate, I can flush so quickly. So but I haven't got there yet. I haven't got to the level where I can eat whatever I want. Probably because, as I said, when you're in a very balanced state and you're feeling very good about everything, I think you could eat anything. That's my personal. But when you're going through more stuff in life, that's when I think you need to make sure that you look after yourself better. And and if you have got any inconsistencies or weaknesses in your body, then be kind, because it's all about loving and being kind to your body. It's all about love. Okay, just before we end, Annie, just a little bit about yourself. So you live in Pennsylvania. Do you have a family? Do you have children, or is it just yourself?
I do not. I have a cat.
Hey, yes, cats are wonderful. Great teachers. And so you work as a healer? Is that your main job, working as a healer?
Yes.
Mm-hmm. That's fantastic.
Now.
That's fantastic. So just coming back again, so we've got the websites that I will put on so you can contact. Is there any other way we can contact you, through Facebook or email, or is there any other way you'd like people to get in touch with you?
Yeah. The email address, I can give you mine if you want.
Mm-hmm.
My Gmail.
Okay.
It's Dubel, DUBELLENI.
Okay, I will pass on Lenny's email to anyone who wants to keep in touch with her. But they can get in touch with you on Facebook. Do you have a Facebook page for this, or is it just your private Facebook?
Yeah, we do have an ego integration on Facebook group page, and then we have wholeworldpeaceandtarot.com Facebook page, and then most of it I just kind of put on my own page, and I Am is also one of the Facebook pages.
That's wonderful. And just to finish, do you have any plans to train up any other people so they can actually go out and work with more people? Are you just going to do this the way you're doing? Are you going to do some official stuff as well with people, official courses?
Do you mean teaching others to do this?
Yeah, more like training people up, like, so that, because some people are funny And if you say to them, I'm trained, then they're more likely to use the technique. Do you see what I mean? I mean, some people will be like me and they'll just go off and they'll do it. But then you get other people that want the certificates and they want to know, is this safe? And unfortunately, a lot of people in the world can be like that. So do you intend to create teachers? No, it's just to be realistic. I had this incredible vibrational therapist, and for years and years and years he worked with me and he healed me of everything, and then he got old and ended up having a stroke, and unfortunately he had never trained anyone properly to take over. So what do you feel? I mean, you've got this incredible technique, this incredible way of healing people and pain. Do you think that you will be training any teachers at all, or creating an academy of healing? Or
I've always I've wanted to from the beginning. The integration itself, to be able to see spirit, the ego integration part, and then the energy work. I could train them, but I use my guides for that too. They tell me what to do, so they'd have to be able, absolutely, that I would train them to do this. But the healing blueprint is more take that and do it on their own. There's no energy work involved in that. So yeah, I would love to train someone to do integrations. I've kind of been watching for the game to pass it along. Would be
fabulous. So there you go. But anybody can do it. And that's the beauty of it. It's easy. Yeah. This is what I love about it's like Buddhism. Like, people will go to Buddha and he would simplify everything. It's the breathing, it's your life experience. It's easy and anyone can do it. You don't need to learn all these symbols, with all due respect to Reiki and everything. You don't have to learn like years and years of symbols. You don't have to sit for hours and hours meditating. You can do this within seconds. And I invite you to do it. The quick fix while you're sitting there on the train, on the way to work, and you've got a headache. Close your eyes, surrender, bring the headache in, and see how you feel. See how you feel. Keep doing it. So, I do it over the day quite a lot. And it's okay to do that, to keep doing it over. I presume you need to drink water because you're detoxifying. I presume, when you're healing, you have to drink more water and rest more and take care of yourself. Because could you have a detox from this in some way if you did it for too long?
Could you have a detox, did you ask?
Yeah. Where sometimes things get worse before they get better. As we know this happens, if we're working with healing, it does happen. Does it happen with this technique?
The only thing I've had detox with is when I work on people energetically and they have a energy. Sometimes for a few hours there will be an energy detox, but not with the healing blueprint. Not at all.
Not at all. So you can do the healing blueprint, as I say, while you're watching television. You pause for or even while you're watching. I've done it. Just close your eyes, say, hey, I'm laying down my guns. There you go, leg. Come on in, have a cup of tea. We talked about that. Have a cup of chamomile or have a glass of champagne and make it fun. Cut. Sorry, I'm going through a bit of bronco stuff at the moment. Okay. Make it fun, guys. Make it fun, because you are creative beings. And as soon as you bring in the laughter and the fun, you feel that your depression will start to lift a little bit. Your pain will start to go down a little bit. And just be happy and do what you love, because this is what we're doing. We're making the body happy. We're bringing the joy back into the body, because when that happens, your blood can flow, and everything relaxes. It's the same as Louise Hay says about people that have serious blood disorders or heart disorders. The joy is missing in the body. So it's nothing new, is it, Lenny? You've just come up with something simple and easy, which fits 2017, and it fits us. It fits us in this century when we want everything boom, 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 click, 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 click. So thank you so much, Lenny. It's been a pleasure having you here.
Thank you.
And I'm going to go off and I'm going to practice the sleep one. And I'm going to try and get this done as soon as I can, get it up so everybody can watch it, and then we can, you know, hopefully help a lot more people around the world. Do you have any plans to come to England at all?
Not anytime soon. Nope.
Not soon. What's your cat's name, by the way?
Marley. She's named after Bob Marley.
Oh, really? Bob Marley. Oh, wow. Now, cats are the best healers of all. I've got two, and if you look at them, they are just totally in the moment, totally at peace. They're amazing.
Anyway, so I'm going to sign off here from Moving On TV, from awesome people from around the world. And of course, you can contact me to find out more. It's Lauren with an E at movingontv.uk. And if you want to come on and talk about anything that is helping the world in any way, because you are all unique and everyone has a right to their story. If you live in England or if you're in the area, pop in. There's Moving On TV. This is the studio. And if you're on Zoom, if you're anywhere in the world, then we can now interview you. It's so exciting. So lots of love and blessings. And thank you so much, Lenny. Thank you, everyone. Namaste. Have a beautiful day wherever you are. And I'm looking forward to everyone healing themselves within seconds, minutes, by using the wonderful blueprint. So you take care. And if you have any questions for Lenny, please email me at laurenwithane@movingontv.uk and I'll pass them on. And maybe we'll bring her back at some point and do another show where she can answer your questions, because it's just so amazing to have you here, Lenny. So thank you very much. Signing off from Moving On TV. Namaste. Take care, everyone. Have a beautiful day and stay well and joyful.
This is your day now, your day to shine. Take back the gifts you have and make the world your shrine. Make it the best you can. Make it about you. This is your day now, baby. Go out there, make your dreams come true. A flower who got through the storm. Welcome to Moving on TV. And today I'm going to be interviewing an incredible person, a good friend of mine, a Unity advisor, a BAFTA-winning director and writer, and a patron of Moving On Theatre, who's always been there for me, supported Piaf and Maria Callas and all my work, the lovely Steve Goff. Now, the last thing that Steve did was a film called Red Call, which won the Welsh National Film Festival, and I did the song in it, the Cold song. I was really excited about that when we won. And so I'm going to bring on Steve now and talk to him about his career, about some of the stuff he's done that led him to Red Call, about his belief system, which is Unity, which is Christian Science, metaphysical, and also a little bit about his life and how things are going and what else he's got planned in the future. So, as I say, it's very exciting to interview someone who's multi-talented and also films and edits. And so welcome to
Lovely to be with you, Lauren. I'm honoured to be part of your interview series.
Oh, thank you, Steve. As I already said in the introduction, you've always been so supportive of everything that I've done. You came on as a patron for Moving On Theatre, and of course I did the song in Red Call, which I introduced as that was basically probably the last thing that you managed to do before all of this madness down and stuff. So, where are you at the moment? Are you at home or are you at...
I'm at home. I'm just going to close the door because it might be a bit noisy. Hang on just a second.
Okay.
Of course, you don't have to be going out often.
Okay.
So, yes, I'm at home at the moment, yeah.
You're at home at the moment, okay. Because I also introduced you as a Unity advisor, Unity prayer line that you basically... So this is part of your belief system, metaphysical, Myrtle Fillmore, Christian Science. But let's go back a bit. Let's go back to the beginning. So where were you born? And do you want to tell us a little bit about your childhood?
Okay.
So what were your influences that led you to becoming the artist that you are? You'd like to tell us a little bit?
Well, I was born in Wales. I was born in South Wales, just in a little place called Gwala de Garth, which is a Welsh name. It means the top of the bottom of the Garth. So it was a little village on the side of a mountain, just where the Welsh valleys begin, where the mining valleys begin north of Cardiff. So my childhood was sort of part in the country and part in the town. And we had a lovely woodland behind our house. So it was very rural in that way. And I used to go up into the woods to play and so on. That's where my sort of imaginative landscape emerged, really. But then we were close to Cardiff, close to a big city. So there was that aspect to life as well. One of three brothers. I was quite anxious as a child, Lauren. I mean, I had my ups and my downs, and writing and the imagination, maybe like you actually, was a kind of source of finding strength when the world was getting a little bit too much. So,
sorry, Steve,
go on.
Sorry to stop you there.
That's right.
If you focus on the question. So how old were you when you wrote your first piece of work?
Oh, well, I started writing as a teenager. In terms of film, if you're thinking of the film work, which was really where I began properly, that was quite a little later, actually. I went to film school at about 30. I'd done other things in the meantime. I'd done community activities, done street theatre. Actually, I did a bit of street theatre in the 70s. But I went to film school, so it was really in my early 30s that I began to write for film and to direct film, because I directed in the early days.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so what was your first piece of work?
The first, I mean, the very first was a student piece, which won some awards. It was well received. The first proper piece of work, in a way, was the biggest thing I ever did. I started, like Orson Welles said, because Orson Welles made Citizen Kane. He said, when he was a young man of 25, he said, I started at the top and I've been working my way down ever since. And that a little bit describes me, because my first thing was probably the biggest thing I did, which was the Tony Hopkins thing, which was a BBC One film, but it was feature-length film. So that was in 1989. And interestingly, yesterday, I got this great big check from my agent, royalties for Heartland. 30 years later, I've forgotten all about it, and I get a check. So it's still got an audience. I mean, it's on YouTube, and it has about 300,000, I think, something like that, views on YouTube. Anyway.
Okay, so this was Heartland.
Yes.
Tell us a little bit about
it. It was a story. It was based on my background in Wales. It was about a farmer in a remote part of Wales who is finding life very difficult, and some government inspectors come to look at his property, and he kidnaps them. Because he wants people to understand what he's going through, and he feels that the government doesn't understand him. And so he keeps these two government officials in a barn, like a kind of terrorist act, really, although he never is cruel to them. But he just wants them to understand him. He wants them to know what he's going through, and eventually just lets them go. So it's about a man, a family man, a Welshman, in a crisis in his life, who just wants to tell the world what he's going through.
Okay. So,
and that's the Hopkins character.
How much of that is you?
Well, certainly the idea of roots, of Welsh roots, and of then a kind of alien world that kind of threatens your roots. That's something that I grew up with. I mean, there are lots of other things that play a part in what I do now, what I write about now. But certainly that idea, the love of nature is important in Heartland, and is important in me. I mean, right up to and particularly with green movements now, those sorts of things. So I have a great feeling for nature and the spiritual power of nature. That's something that's very big in me.
Okay, so going back a bit again, our work is usually a culmination of things that we've gone through, experiences that we've gone through. So again, through another perspective, how would you be able to talk more about that? How did your work contribute to you being able to express things in some way?
You mean in terms of living in this world, of sort of coping, as it were?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, mechanism, creativity, as we know.
Yeah. I mean, I think one of the big things that's always been there in my work is the difficulty of people of being unable to communicate the deepest things that you feel. In Heartland, he wants to make these people understand what he's been going through, and he can't make them understand. I then made a few years later. I made the other big project I made, a film called Elenia, which oddly enough is showing today, this afternoon, on London Live. They're running it. Yes, Jane ran up to tell me. She said, "Oh, it's on TV." I mean, it was made a long time ago, but it gets rerun every so often. That's about a young girl who, growing up in Wales, who finds a German airman who's parachuted down and is injured in a wood, and she befriends him. I mean, it's like two people across the divide of war trying to communicate with each other, and of course they don't speak each other's language, so it's about two people trying to communicate who don't understand their language, and that's been something that's been in my work all the way through, this idea of people wanting to communicate and not being quite able to, or struggling to communicate.
Now that interesting leads to Red Call in some way as well.
Yes, absolutely, absolutely. Because she tries, she tries to tell them what happened about, this is about a terrorist incident in London, and a Samaritan volunteer talks to the terrorist just before he commits the crime, before he explodes the bomb, and it's on many levels it's about people trying to communicate. I mean, the terrorist is trying to communicate whatever we feel about terrorism. He's a human being, he's trying to communicate, and of course there is actually a question about whether he was really a perpetrator. He may even have been innocent, but she's being interviewed by police, and she is trying to tell them what she experienced, and they have another point of view. They are investigators, and there's a battle there between two sides, where one side doesn't quite understand the other side. So yes, absolutely, it's in Red Call.
So you've got that similarity. And also what I'm noticing is that your characters are very strong. They're standalone characters. Is that right? Is that how you usually write, where you've got those strong characters like in Heartland, in Elena, and then also in Red Call? Most of the focus of the films on these characters. What is that?
Sorry? Why?
You usually write that way, yes.
I don't know. I think I tend to... I love characterization. I think a story often begins with a character. I mean, there's a film I'd love to make. I haven't raised the money yet. I still hope I shall. Of course, COVID is interrupting everything. But that began with this is about a mother searching for her child, her child. Searching for the body of her child, because she lost her child 30 years before, who's a victim of a serial killer, and the body's never been found. So she's wandering the hills looking for the body of her child 30 years later, and she's using a dowser, a water diviner, to help her to find the body. But that idea of this poor woman, she's now 70 years old. She has an oxygen tank with her because she can't breathe properly. COVID kind of adds. I mean, I wrote this before COVID, but this whole idea of respiration, she can hardly breathe, but she's determined to find the grave of her young daughter. And she does in the end. So those kind of strong characters, I love, and when I read books, I always search for the strong character, And in your work, Piaf and Callas, that you begin like you begin with those strong characters, and I that's what resonates with me, a strong central character that pushes the story along.
Okay, so that takes me back to you being a very young child as well. Do you feel that through your writings you're communicating something that maybe couldn't be communicated when you were a young child? Does that make sense?
Yes. I mean, I sometimes find when I write a scene, this might be years later, I realize that it has a meaning that I'd never quite realized in terms of me as a human being. A lot of my films, my work is in the countryside. Heartland is in the countryside. Elenia is in a woodland. Of course, I grew up next to a wood, and this new one, I mean, this is on a mountainside or in a mountain range. And so those times when I was a child and maybe I couldn't cope, and I used to run up into the wood to sort of find solace in the woodland, in nature, those sort of things remain very much there. And as I say, sometimes I'll write it and not realize at the time, only realize much later that there is a connection that I didn't quite realize. It's unconscious. In other words, it coming from my unconscious.
From your subconscious.
Yeah.
So I'm going to go even deeper than that. Because obviously I've seen Red Call. I must watch the others, but from what I could see, that character was quite alone, and again, you know, did you feel that in your childhood maybe there was no one to turn to, that you didn't have that support system where you could actually explain how you're feeling or get your feelings out in some way? And that's why your characters, because as you said, when we write, we put everything into our characters. That must be coming from the subconscious as well. So again, I'm kind of exploring a little bit from what I know about the lead character in Red Call. It felt like she was very alone, searching, and she didn't have that support. She had no, everyone was kind of battling against her most of the time. And this huge need to be heard, this huge need to communicate. So were you shy?
Yes, I was quite self-conscious. I was quite nervous as a child. School was quite difficult for me when I was a child, and I mean, in terms of family, my father had suffered from very serious depression all his life. I mean, serious depression. He had multiple shock therapy over a number of years. And he was a very quiet man, and I think that sort of quietness, that his inability to talk about what was happening to him, and it was not just us. I mean, you can imagine a father doesn't necessarily want to share with his children what he's feeling like in those situations. But I don't think he shared it with anyone. I think he kept it completely, because he was a very quiet man, literally very quiet, didn't talk very, very much. And I think that sort of atmosphere in my childhood had an impact. Yeah, although my mother was very vocal, but then there are two sides to me, you know, because I talk a lot. Doesn't take a lot to get me talking, but on the other hand, I'm fascinated by characters that can't talk.
Okay, so that's really interesting as well. So how, you know, again, as a writer, have you used any of your family or characters that you grew up with in any of your films or any of your writings at all?
Well, I haven't just made films. I've published 2 novels, not small publishers. I mean, they're not sort of in Waterstones, sadly, but they were published a few years ago. And one of the novels was based on a family, not so much with my own personal family, but with my cousin, and that's a very tragic story actually, because it's a story of a suicide. So yes, I have done. I mean, I'm not really a sort of directly autobiographical writer. I tend to sort of find, and I think when you're in the film business as well, you're always looking for a kind of, you know, like a thriller or something that has an accessible surface, and then you can put your obsessions within it. So, for example, with this film that I'm hoping to do, it's called Ordinary Time, about the mother and the child. I mean, what really interests me is a kind of mythic thing of this kind of mother searching for a child in the middle of nowhere. But it is also about the effect of a serial killer, and there's a kind of thriller element. There's a police, there's a detective, there are other characters. So it works as a thriller, but in its heart, what I'm really interested in is this woman searching back into her past for the child that she lost.
Interesting. Is it a little bit maybe you searching for your own inner child?
Maybe. Yeah, absolutely. Maybe.
But it must have been very, very difficult to grow up with a father that was so depressed, as you say. I mean, how did that affect the dynamics in the family for you?
It was, no, I mean, there was a whole period many years ago, actually, it's not so much now, when I was very preoccupied by that period. When I, you know, like in terms of dreams, I'd been dreaming constantly of those years when I was living at home. By that I mean when I was 8 or 9 or 10 or 11, that sort of time, or 12 or 13. Oddly enough, I don't dream about that very much now. But certainly it was quite an anxious childhood. And not just me, my brothers. My eldest brother committed suicide, David, committed suicide a number of years ago now, which was very, very sad. And he had some serious psychological issues, although he's very successful as a businessman. And my middle brother is also quite an anxious character. We did have an anxious childhood, and I think it probably was related to my father. The other thing about my father is that he was a conscientious objector in the Second World War, which was a very unpopular thing to be. And he was ridiculed at the time for being a coward and so on. I mean, he didn't do it because he was a coward. He just did it because he was psychologically incapable of fighting in the war. But they did take him to court. So I think that had cast a shadow. I mean, I wasn't, that was never talked about when I was growing up, but that's another aspect, you know, a kind of sort of rather melancholic aspect to growing up.
What happy memories have you got?
Oh, I've got loads. Yeah, I mean, I don't want to give the impression that, I mean, I've got, you know, that was the thing about childhood. It was a kind of melancholy, but then there were shafts of great happiness in nature. I mean, it was really the walking up to the mountain, going to the seaside, to Wales. And my father said to me once, he loved going to West Wales to bathe. He was a great swimmer, and he said the only time he lost his depression was when he was swimming. When he would dive into the water, the depression completely lifted as he was swimming. But then when he came back on the beach, the depression kind of came on him again. So, but yeah, so I mean, I've got lots of very fond memories of other family members. I mean, it's quite an extended family in Wales. So I have memories of seeing my aunties and some lovely memories. And I'd love to go back and live in Wales. I mean, I don't, my brother is much more sort of wants to push the past away from him, but I'm different. I want to sort of encounter it, really.
So, okay, so you're moving on. You're very impressionable, obviously, because you've been through so much already, which has affected you. I have to ask you this question because I know a lot of people are going to ask, because you were involved in the film world. And nowadays, as we can see what's happening with the world and what's, you know, people are discovering things that are not so nice that go on in the film world. You know what I'm talking about. I don't need to go into it too deeply. How did you stay sane and keep away? Or did you get involved in, I mean, the addictions like maybe drinking or...
I was
into that in some way, Steve?
Well, I did have a drink problem, and I've been sober for a number of years. So that, and certainly in the 1980s, when I was struggling to, I mean, Hotland was 1989. So through the 80s, I was sort of struggling to get my first big project off the ground, and those were my drinking years when I was drinking far too much, and then I you know, got some help and got into recovery and haven't drunk for 30 years. So certainly that. As far as other things about the film business, I mean, the film, I remember a lot of my work has been writing. A number of the projects that I've done has been writing projects. I haven't had such a lot of experience of actually, you know, being constantly on set or in a big studio situation. That world of the film studio and all the machinations that go on in, you know, the Hollywood film studio or in, you know, in Shepperton Studios here. That wasn't part, because I was always involved in independent filmmaking where you were working with smaller groups. So that wasn't really toxic. That wasn't a toxic. It could be, I mean, being involved in the film business, like any creative industry, and I'm sure you know this, you know, it's not terribly wonderful for the emotions sometimes, because it's like a roller coaster, because you can be up in the, you know, something can happen and you're up in the sky, and then next thing you know, it doesn't happen and you're down in the dumps, and then you go months and nothing happens. So it's a very unstable world.
It is. The other thing is as well, I mean, you're so talented. You're extremely talented. I mean, what you write, you know, I've asked you at times to do press releases for me, just try. So I feel that people, sometimes you get held back. Do you feel you were held back in any way in life with your talents? I mean, you won BAFTA awards. Do you feel that doors should have flown over.
It's,
Looking at me.
it's a difficult one, this, because it's such a competitive. Yeah, it would be easy to say. I mean, and I do spend time, you know, when I'm not in a good place, I'll think of all the things that almost happened, and if this hadn't happened, why, you know, because I came very near to making some very other big films, and like a lot of people, and you know, this is not a great big claim. You know, there's 3 or 4 or 5 times when I thought another feature was going to happen and it didn't quite happen. So there's plenty of scope for getting downhearted about that. But at the end of the day, it's a road to hell. If you get self-pitying about it, if you get obsessed about it, if you get sort of racked with envy about what other people, because the other thing is very easy to sort of look at the newspapers and see this dreadful film in the West End and think, why did they get the money to make that ridiculous piece of junk? And I spent all this time making this script that everyone says is wonderful, but we can't raise the money for, you know. So it is, we don't live in a very just world, and it's the same, you know, with you and with theatre. You know, we've all got these projects that we, you know, really hope will happen, but sometimes they don't. We have to, you know, to an extent, we have to accept it and just move on. Otherwise, you go mad.
I think, you know, I'll give another perspective, and I know because of your spirituality, you're going to understand what I say, that when you do look at what's going on in the world at the moment, a lot of that is going, the old system and the old world, and you were protected. I believe we were protected. And I do believe that it is coming, that whatever it is you're dreaming, it's all going to happen. It's all coming now. But moving on to going back a little bit to the drinking, if you don't mind talking a little bit about that. So you got involved in the 12 steps. I
don't want to say too much about this because, of course, it's an anonymous program, and we're not supposed to. I mean, I'll talk in general terms about it, but
yes,
that's my. I don't want to. There is a tradition that you don't really sort of.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, 12 steps.
So, I mean, you know, it's a fantastic program. Well, it has. I mean, you know, it's changed my life. I shouldn't hide that fact. It's been a huge influence on me. I mean, spirituality was always important to me, and it's always important to my work. But getting involved in a 12-step program was the most significant thing I ever did, and probably ever will do. And it's informed me in many, many ways, creatively. Not in a direct way, but you know, it's kind of been part of the sort of inspiration of writing now, and remains so. I mean, it's quite interesting actually at the moment because, as you probably know, a lot of these 12-step groups have gone online because they can't meet in rooms. But it's absolutely, you were talking about, you know, we're living in new, possibly fascinatingly different, resurgent elements in our time. And one of them, I think, is what internet 12-step groups can do, because it has provided an enormous new opportunity for people to reach out to each other through Zoom, through what we're doing now.
Amazing, absolutely amazing, as you said. Coming back to Steve. Okay, so the 12 steps, that's an interesting one, because I know the 12 steps really came to believe in a power greater than myself. And I presume everything that you've been through as a child and everything, what was your concept of God? I mean, did you even have a concept of God until you got into the 12 steps?
No, we didn't. We weren't church going. We were sort of agnostic, so I never went to church. And I mean, I always considered myself spiritual, but I don't think it didn't really have a direct impact on my life for many, many years. It was a kind of vague thing that I like to think, you know, that I believed in spiritual things, but really it only came with encountering the 12 step, and it's that step 3, you know, turn your will and your life over to a power greater than yourself, and you know, and because it's a program of action, so you're not just thinking about it inside your own head. You're going out and doing things. You're performing your spirituality. You know, you're acting it in the world through whatever you do, prayer line and in, you know, and you do in all that you do. I know that.
So it helped you to stop drinking. I mean,
oh, absolutely. Oh, yeah. I mean, well, it was the crucial thing. It's the crucial thing.
Why do you think it works?
that's the $1 million question. I don't think anyone quite knows, because I think it is a mystery, and I believe in mystery, and I believe that you can say a lot about how it works. I mean, the 12 steps is an amazing way of looking at your life and analyzing your past and trying to make amends for things that happened in your past. But when all is said and done, it's a lot more than that, and it is the intangible thing. It's the kind of connection that people get. People talk about identification, you know, where you identify, when you listen to someone talking about their experience of drink or drugs or whatever it might be, any kind of addiction. You listen and you identify, because if you've been through a similar thing, and that bond of identification is a very powerful thing. I mean, I often think of that in a way it's a kind of archetypal thing, like people sitting around a campfire, you know, in ancient times. It's like we're returning to that archetypal thing where we really do share our common humanity. Whereas in the modern world, so often we're isolated from each other. And 12-step programs enable people to come together and share. I mean, that all important word, share. You know, and that is an incredibly spiritual thing. And God is in that encounter, you know. And that's the case also with art, because art is also sharing, isn't it? It's like I am offering you this, and then you respond to what I'm offering.
Yes, yeah. So again, going back to the 12 steps, one of the biggest things about the 12 steps is, of course, taking responsibility
yes.
for your own life.
Yeah.
And you know, step 4, as I say, I've done
yes.
you around food, and with me, codependency and like that. Amazing, absolutely changed my life completely. Led me to, you know, everything. And so it's all about taking responsibility, and step 8 in particular involves making amends, as you said, and forgiveness, self-forgiveness, and forgiveness of others. So were you able to talk to your father about your childhood?
No, I mean, my parents had long died, but I mean, the thing that I went, the biggest thing that I did in terms of amends with my parents, because they'd already gone, was I never, this may sound weird to you, but I didn't go to the funeral of either of my parents, not because I didn't want to, but because the family around me didn't think it appropriate for me to. It's bizarre. It's quite bizarre.
Your family.
It was thought when my mother died. I'll tell you this. When my mother died, my father couldn't cope with the fact of going to the funeral, so he didn't go to the funeral, and neither did we, because, you know, we were sort of there with. So I didn't go to my mother's funeral. When my father's funeral came along, it was like that's what we were going to do. Again, we weren't going to go to the funeral. I mean, I'm not trying to evade responsibility. If I'd been strong enough, I should have said and that's why the amend came along. I ended up not going to the funeral of either of my parents, and boy, did I suffer for that, you know, because that's a terrible omission. Not because it's wrong, but because emotionally it makes no sense. You're not encountering the death of your own parents. You're not.
Okay, can you explain that? Were you brought up that way around death? Was it something?
I mean, even as I describe it to you, I don't quite know how it happened. I mean, with my mother, it happened in a very real way, because my father definitely didn't want to go to the funeral because he couldn't cope, because he was depressed. So we all followed. That was easy. But when my father died, and hey, I mean, this was 1976. I was an adult. I was in my mid-20s. I could easily have said, we should go to the funeral. I didn't. It was almost like, this is what we always do. We don't do this. We just stay at home and have a little service. Or it wasn't a proper religion. It's like we just sat in a room, but it's no way to deal with your parents' death. And I suffered for that. I mean, I paid for that, and including the drinking. And then eventually, as my amend, I went back to where the ashes were scattered for the first time. to the place where both my parents' ashes were scattered. I don't even know who scattered the ashes. I went there and I stood there, and that was my amend.
That must have been very powerful.
Yes.
Very touching. You know, you said a word there. I'm going to actually ask you about that. You said, I should have.
Yeah.
That's interesting. So
Yeah.
you weren't born like that. Somebody taught you those beliefs, picked that up somewhere. And why should you? You know, it's more like Tay says, I would if I could. It's such a word. And I could see the sadness, and there's regret in there because of this good. Does that make sense?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. No, I mean, I think that's why I was dreaming about, I said to you, I went through this period where I was dreaming a lot about my childhood. And I think the reason I was doing all that dreaming was because this was unresolved. This had happened. But my mother died in a very unfortunate way. I mean, anyway, that's our long story. I won't bore you with that, but it was a tough death. My mother's death was a tough death. And yet we weren't able to go through a proper grieving at that time for all sorts of reasons. Didn't even go see her grave. So yes, there's a legacy there. There's a real legacy.
Yeah, death is an interesting one. We weren't even allowed to say the word in our house.
Sorry,
we weren't allowed to say the word death.
Really?
Yeah, no, you weren't allowed to say it because my mother and grandmother went through so much. But anyway, it's coming back now. So basically, we are the product of all these identities, and we talk about this when we talk about borderline.
Yes.
And so did you go through mental health issues? Would you say?
I had anxiety.
You said anxiety.
And I still take tablets for I take antidepressants. And I know you have a feeling about drugs, but that's and I did too for many years, but they just worked for me. I did all. I went through very bad anxiety. I have done in sort of key moments in my life, and about 10 years or so ago, I had another period of very serious anxiety. I thought I thought my life was sort of crumbling. And I did all the things you do. I did therapy. I talked to my sponsor. I did all the things, but it still didn't quite work. And then eventually I went to my doctor and he said, well, try these. And they worked. And I'm not very proud of that because I don't like the idea that chemicals can help you. But I have to say these particular chemicals have worked very well with me. And so I still take them. But yes, anxiety has been the big thing. I haven't ever been hospitalized or anything like that. But I've had lots of therapy in years gone by, mainly around anxiety.
I mean, I believe we're all shocked, and post-traumatic stress is the one that I feel we all have. No, I don't believe in medication, but everyone.
I know, and neither do I. But except that
what they have to do.
Yeah.
If it works for you and your body's strong enough, then you never say. But to me, everything's coming from childhood or lives. And the minute you can connect to that, that's my experience, which I'll tell you about another time. Boys and drills that were going on. And I managed to take myself back to being 5 years old in the garden.
Really?
Empath. And that's where it was. And the minute I felt it, cried about it, that was it. But that's my work. I've been doing it. But I never ever say to anyone, everyone, as long as it makes you feel better, the main thing. I just want people to be happy, be able to cope with things.
Can I just tell you one thing?
Yeah, go on.
About it's actually it came to my head as I was listening to you just then about how very deep, very archaic things can come back into your life. And we were talking earlier on about things in the writing and in the storytelling that related back, and I discovered something only about a year ago, and it's about Red Call. So it's something you know this film, and you may or may not remember that there's a strong beat in the film. There's a rhythm, bing bang, and the character actually says, as she's describing the phone call that she had from the terrorist, and she there's something in the background like this rhythm, and she says there was something. It was not quite like music. It was like a thump, thump, thump. And then in the music of the film, you hear the thump, thump, thump. And it was only about a year after I'd finished the whole project that I realized that thump, thump, thump was the actual I had this terror when I was very young. I had a sort of nameless fear that I could never pin down, but it was all to do with a beat, a thump, thump, thump. And when I did do some therapy around it, and through a little bit of regression work, I was born in a car. Yeah, I was born in a car because they got my mum to the hospital, but they didn't have time to get her out of the car. So I was actually born in a car. So I was actually brought out of my mother's body in a car, and I think it's quite likely that I had a problem breathing coming out into this kind of, cars were very small in those days, Austin 7, they're tiny little things. So you can imagine my mum must have been sort of contorted, and this child was coming out because the therapist, I worked through it with regression work, and trying to breathe, my heart trying to breathe. So even in this film, or 70 years later.
How interesting. You see, yeah, but the thing is, 70, I didn't realize you were 70.
Yeah.
You don't look it. The thing is, I've gone back to the womb. That's how I lost my brother.
Really?
He knows everything. The baby remembers everything. Everything. So that was in your subconscious, and somehow it came out through the film in some way. You were using your creativity and through that. That's absolutely incredible. So with everything that was going on with the anxiety and the drinking, this is before you recovered, it must have affected your life, your relationships, because you were married before, is that right?
Yeah, no, the first marriage was very tough, and that's when I did most of the drinking. So I mean, through the 80s were my sort of dark years, really. Married to this person, we weren't, we got married under special license in a fortnight. We fell in love and we didn't know each other at all. We were smoking cannabis and drinking. We got married, and then I realized within about 6 months that it was not going to work. We were so different. And then, but we stayed together 11 years, during which time I was drinking and also struggling to get the film business going. So those were the dark times. And yes, I mean, to answer your question, yes, relationships, that was a very difficult relationship. Eventually left, and eventually got divorced, and now I'm happily married, as you well know. So it's a very different story now. But those were tough years.
Of course, it's going to affect your relationships because you can only bring to the table what you know.
Yes.
You can only bring what you know. You can't move on until either someone helps you move on or you feel it in here. So carrying on from the 12 steps, so you've moved on from that. And how did you get involved with Unity?
Well, it was quite curious. I took on a little bit of clerical work. Because the film business is a very unstable thing, and unless you're unless you're a member of a very small club of say 50 people who can really earn a lot of money and never have to worry about money. Most people in the film business, in the creative industries, you go through times when you're not working. And for a lot of my life, I've done teaching work, film teaching work. But then I decided I didn't want to do that anymore, and so I left. I just decided this was all too much. So I left, and I didn't have much income at that point. And Jane, my wife, was working for Unity, and she said, "Oh, there's a job going, licking stamps at Unity." And I thought, well, why not? Why not? And it was really interesting because I started work there licking stamps, and I really enjoyed licking stamps because it's lovely to do something without any responsibility. It's really nice, and the people were really lovely. And then I started bringing my own, as you know, I started bringing my own media skills into Unity. Whom they needed to have support, and so I kind of created my job in Unity, doing all their media work, which I love doing.
So did you get involved in the actual philosophy of Unity?
Well, the thing is, Unity is very close to 12-step spirituality. And so that's really, I suppose, one of the sort of little links. So I didn't I've never been, to be honest with you, I've never been that interested in the sort of intellectual side of unity. There's a lot of sort of unity teaching, unity ideas. I'm not so interested in that. I'm very interested in the practical side of unity, the prayer line, meditation, retreats, and the sort of experience side of unity, you know, the experience of opening oneself to one's inner spiritual nature, and, you know, and doing that in different ways. I'm not so interested in the 12 powers of man, and you know, a lot of unity originally came out of the 19th century, the transcendental movement, and there's a lot of sort of philosophy attached to unity, and I'm not so interested in that side of it. I am interested. It's not that I don't like ideas. I love ideas, but I'm not so keen on those ideas. I find them a bit too rational. Yeah, I like the mysterious side. I like the I like the you know, the creative side of it, really.
Yeah, it's interesting because I'm picking up about you as I'm talking to you, that you have this incredible open-minded creative side, but there's also a side of you that's quite for rules and regulations, and you like to be in control.
Yeah, well, you have. I mean, you have to, don't you? I mean, you know, the thing about being in the arts is that you have to have the creativity, but you also, by God, you've got to have some organization as well, because you've got to, you know, because you've got to go to meetings, or you've got to edit. Editing is a one. You know, I know you edit a lot. You edit your films, and that's a, you know, you've got to be organized for editing.
Yes, you've got to go over it quite a few times.
And be patient.
But I'm noticing the picture behind you. It looks like a Hierophant.
This one?
Yes. To me, that looks like the Hierophant, which is all about rules and regulations and control. And it's perfectly straight. When you first came on, everything was a little bit lopsided. And now everything looks perfectly straight. That picture. What is that picture?
It's there are three pictures in this room by the same artist. She's actually one of my heroines. She died sadly in AA. She was a wonderful person that I met in the rooms, and she was an artist, and I got three of her pictures here. It's actually just a picture of a. She wasn't they're not very mysterious. That's a sort of picture through a window. And then there are two pictures. One is of a park. She's a sort of realistic painter, but she has a lovely. You would have liked her. She had an amazing character. She was very wacky. She's a very wacky lady, and she loved dressing in interesting ways. You would have got on with her fine.
I bet. Okay, so just interesting that unity. Telling people about unity just a little bit is based on Myrtle Fillmore. Healed her body when she was told she was going to die at a very young age. She loved her body back. She sat and she told every cell how much she loved them. And how synchronistic and congruent is that to the way we're living now? You can't actually go to the doctor to get a remedy for whatever this virus is. You have to go inside. You have to look for your own answers for everything now. And so it's very, very congruent with the teachings of unity. Very congruent.
Yes, it's interesting. I mean, unity, the numbers of people that are going online for the online meditations is increasing quite significantly, which is really good. So I think there as far as now is concerned, I mean, we're obviously living in. I'll ignore that. Don't worry. I'll just ignore it. We're living in, you know, chaotic and mysterious times. Who knows what's going to happen? But like you, I feel there are enormous possibilities in what's happening. Yeah. There are also huge dangers. I mean, there are huge.
I think we're basically like when we're in the allotments. You've got these awful, massive dead roots, and what we're doing is we're getting them all out. We're getting them all out, and so it's 2020. We're all seeing everything, and because we have to. It's the only way we're going to survive now. We have to see everything. So in some ways, it's a blessing if you can see that. If you've got spirituality, you see, if you hadn't got in to the 12 steps, then unity, and if I hadn't, I'd probably be hiding under a couch now.
Oh yeah,
Go anywhere.
absolutely,
Yeah,
absolutely.
yeah.
I'm not. I mean, I don't know about you. I'm not fearful about what's going on.
Not scared.
I'm sort of fearful in a sort of general way about what might happen to mankind or indeed nature. But I'm not fearful from a personal point of view. One. I mean, I suppose a lot of people have said this, but it always strikes me as fascinating that a virus, a tiny little virus, can bring down the great hubris of mankind. All our incredible, all our amazing technology, and this tiny little virus can just come along and go wham. We've got you, and I think that's telling you. It's telling mankind. Don't be so proud.
Exactly.
You could be
don't
brought
play
down.
God.
Don't
play God.
Absolutely, don't play God.
So yeah, I believe there's a massive message behind it, and as we're so creative. So how are you using this time? What are you doing with yourself? How are you using it?
Well, I've been
on the prayer line, but.
Yes, those activities continue. I've been writing. I have a little shed, like you have your little shed on your allotment. I have a little shed in the garden that I've refurbished, and I'm doing some writing in there. I'm having Zoom meetings about trying to get projects off the ground. I'm in good shape. I mean, I went through a sort of little period of feeling anxious about everything and getting a bit claustrophobic, but I suppose everyone has had those ups and downs. It's a very, as people say, it is a very strange and mysterious time, fraught with, I don't know. We don't know. We won't know for a while, I don't suppose. But I'm staying active. I'm good. Generally, I'm in good shape.
That's fantastic. Yeah. So what are you writing? You said you were interested in.
I've been actually writing a novel. That's what I'm writing.
Oh wow! Okay.
Yes.
Has it got a name yet?
It's called. I think it's going to be called Triangulation. 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 Where you triangulate to get. Yes. It's three incidents, bearing on one character. It's a kind of thriller. It has a political surface to it, but it's also like all that I do. It has a kind of deeper thing going on as well. Okay. But I'm enjoying doing it. It's quite sort of racy on the surface. By racy I don't mean sexy so much, but it's quite sort of fast paced and quite sort of like a kind of thriller, like a Dan Brown thriller. I hate him as a writer, but well written, I think. But it works in quite a sort of popular way. But underneath, I've got these other things going on. So I'm enjoying it. I love writing prose as well.
Fantastic. Well, I have to go. Just a question just came in before the question that Martin asked me about your influences. But before that, again, why do you think that some people, as I said, again, it's that big question of, and I'm not saying this to hurt anyone or to hurt you. It's just questioning, because I asked until now, as I said, after all your successes and your BAFTA winning, why do you think some people that have very little talent get the breaks? What do you think makes this happen? What are they doing? Are they in a club, a certain club? Or is that why, or what do you personally think, Steve?
What do I think about that? It's I spend a lot of time thinking about that. I don't know if it's very good for me to do it. I think I said to you, I've done quite a lot of film teaching through the years, and one of the things I discovered through film teaching is there's a hell of a lot of talent around. There are a lot of talented people, and which is sad that so few people get through, and because you're aware of people that you meet and you think, God, they're a really interesting person, really fascinating ideas, and for some reason it doesn't succeed. I don't really know, apart from saying that, yes, luck plays a role, and the zeitgeist, of course, it's, the right sort of, the right kind of storytelling at the right time. I've sometimes felt that I'm a little old-fashioned in my storytelling, but certainly now, I mean, I'm I'm 70 anyway, so of course I'm old-fashioned because I'm getting old. But I mean, I did feel for a period when I was not quite getting, you know, other projects that I was hoping for, that maybe I wasn't quite writing the sort of drama that people wanted to see, because my dramas tend to be sort of mellow and about individuals. I mean, I don't do street drama. I don't do, you know, gangs of people rushing around. And I love that drama. I'm not criticizing it. I absolutely love that. You know, when it's well written, it's fantastic. So that kind of gritty, modern, multi-character, you know, The Wire, you know, that sort of rough and tough stuff. I've never been able to do that. My characters tend to be more loners. So maybe I'm not quite telling quite the right stories at the right time. And I think that's the case for so many people, not just me, loads of people. I can think of many people that I've met in my life who I regard as hugely creative, and they just haven't made it. And it's really sad. I mean, I've had success. I can't complain. I've had success. I've had awards. I've had prizes. I've had TV. I've had cinema. I've had novels, plays. You know, I've done a lot. So I can't complain. And you do think of other people who really struggle, and they're very creative.
I think that the world has gone a certain way, as we see, where people have created very base idols that have appealed to something that wasn't in here as well. And now that's falling. All of that idol system is falling. And I think that what do you think would happen if bartering came in and money went? Do you think money
went, do you mean?
If money went and bartering came in, I think 90% of this culture would be gone. And that amazing 10% of talent that you talk about, there, as you said, there's huge amounts of talent that I tap into, like with encounters. God, if and when that ever happens, I've got stunning talent and they're everywhere. But do you think that if they took away the money thing and it suddenly became about you rather than how much you get paid, it became more equal and more about sharing and spirituality and love? I believe 90% of the whole business has collapsed. I believe it already has. And I do believe that in maybe not the near future, because we've got a lot of cleaning up to do, there's going to be a place for every one of us. And that's took back moving on TV. And I'm the happiest I've ever been. I haven't done anything. But, you know, I got a bit of a lottery grant, but I'm the happiest I've ever been.
Fantastic.
Doing this. And as you say, you've got your creativity. And could it be that people that are so incredibly talented because of what they've been through in life as well, they, for some reason, they weren't always given that business mind? Something that you have to learn, or you have to bring on someone else that can do, because we're so excited about our work. Our work is everything, the marketing and the creativity, that we're not really, you know, that everything else is kind of like whatever, it'll just happen. Do you understand where I'm coming from here?
Yeah. I certainly think that in order to be successful as an artist in this world, you have to have the creativity, you have to have the steel, a little kind of bit of steel, organization, but also steel. If I am critical of myself sometimes, and I say, you know, if only I had this quality, I would have done better. It is the steel, because I sometimes I see people, one or two people I know in the business, who've got a certain real strength, inner strength, and you can see how that has worked to their favor. There's a couple of filmmakers that I know, you know, who are very vulnerable people. They're very like you and I. They have been through a lot in their life. Very vulnerable, very sensitive, very creative. But there's a little bit of them that's absolutely tough, and and I think that impresses people. I think sometimes I'm a little bit too malleable. I don't know. But to respond to your point, I think so. I think we all need to have these different qualities. And it's just sad to see some people. I always remember there was a student I was teaching many years ago who did this amazing film of which was she got these. You'd have loved this film. She got all these actors to go into animal costumes, and they played out a sort of animal drama in the woodland. So there's all these people wandering around, and it was absolutely mesmerizing. I loved it. It was a 10-minute film. I've never heard that she did anything else. You know, I think, oh, she had such an imagination.
Had so much fun doing that, but she loved it.
Oh yeah, she was a fascinating character, but I think she was probably a bit too wacky, you know. And you've got to have that steel.
Or you've got to be. Well, a lot of people have been used as puppets. That's
yes.
What the system has been, and as I say, that a lot of that is falling, because empires always fall, and so
yes.
one is. Now, Martin wanted to ask you, what were your influences? Did you have any influences at all?
In terms of film?
Your writing, your filming, your filmmaking, your writing, anything at all?
Well, when I was a film student, there's a filmmaker called Tarkovsky. Do you know Tarkovsky's films?
Sounds
Russian
familiar.
filmmaker. He made a film called Solaris. That's the most well-known one he made. He made other films. I mean, he was a great influence on me. I mean, he's an amazing filmmaker. Not a lot of people know about him in the West. He's an extraordinary filmmaker. I was influenced by those great filmmakers of the 70s, Scorsese, Coppola. Those are sort of, and then there are the French filmmakers, Renoir, and so there were a lot of filmmakers around in the 70s that I loved. Yeah, I mean there was a whole kind of filmmaking that was going on in the 70s and 80s that resonated for me.
Okay. And another thing is, because you're multi-talented, and nowadays it's actually good to be multi-talented as long as you focus properly on what you're doing. You know, a lot of us are multi-creative. Mm-hmm. What do you love the most? Writing, filmmaking, directing? What's your favorite?
That's a really interesting question. I mean, the thing I've done most in my life, and I suppose my first love, is writing. Directing is probably the happiest experience you can ever. You can also have the most unhappy experiences directing as well. I mean, it goes both extremes. Yes. But if I could, there are a few times directing that I thought, wow, this is the most extraordinary experience. You know, when you see an actor bringing something to life, and then of course when you see the rushes and it's all cut together, and you know, that is an extraordinary experience, and one is very lucky to experience that, and then to see an audience sort of watching it and, you know, go through that whole process. But writing is the thing that I do most naturally, and I'll do compulsively. I'll always write, you know.
So you don't need to plan, you just get in there and do it.
I'll always write.
Schedule, because I'm writing my life story, but it's...
Are you? Oh, wonderful.
Yeah. And the lockdown put a bit of what's it in the middle of it, because I'm confused with what's going on, but the synchronicity is incredible, because in 4 years everything fits. But I'll get up in the morning and jump up and do Moving on TV. Just boom. That's, you know, what I love more than anything. So coming back to another question. Have you ever acted at all? Have you ever done any acting?
Well, I did. I don't know whether I ever mentioned it. I was in quite a big film a year or so ago. Did I ever mention this to you?
I think you said it.
This was the film that the Souvenir, which was in Sundance and got the best film at Sundance, and had rave reviews. Joanna Hogg, is the director of the film, likes to use real people rather than actors. And I knew her, I didn't know her that well actually, but I knew her a little, film school connections. And she needed someone for a particular kind of role, and she just contacted me and said, would I like to do it? And she uses improvisation a lot. And when you said to me about, you know, the different things that you do, and of course I hadn't mentioned acting at that stage, one of the things and I'm thinking about the sort of most fascinating experiences I've been through. That was one of the most fascinating experiences I've ever been through, which was being on set doing quite a major scene. I mean, I've got a scene sort of 3 or 4 minutes long with quite a lot of dialogue. It's all improvised in this major feature film. I mean, full release, everything came out about a year ago. And I mean, the next one as well is coming out because it's got delayed because of COVID, but it should be out early next year. Souvenir 2, because she's made 2 souvenirs.
Okay, so you've got lines and everything.
I've got lines and my own lines because it's improvised. In fact, I'm even in the trailer, Lauren.
That's amazing.
I'm even in the trailer. I mean, but that was, I mean, I remember, I must tell you, I was terrified. Not the first time I wasn't terrified because it was just like, you know, I'd never done this before and it was all new and I was just kind of like a little child, I suppose. The second time I went up, I was absolute bag of nerves. I thought I was going to have a heart attack in the hotel the night before. I thought I'm going to have a heart attack. I was so fearful. And then the fear all sort of drained away when we got close. But they were miking us up. You know, they put these radio mics on you and this incredible activity around you. You know, this great big crew, huge crew, everyone doing their job, you know, all these top professionals doing their job. And it was such an extraordinary, and of course I've been involved in filmmaking from the other side, but when you're actually acting in it and people bring you coffee and, but it's so extraordinary. And then of course, you know, they shout action and you go and wham. Wow. And then you go into a dream. I mean, I'm sure it's the same with you when, you know, when the curtains go up and then you don't really remember too much after that until the curtain goes down again. You think, wow, I did all that.
The anxiety on stage, absolutely bursting to go to bursting. And the minute you go on, the mind takes over.
It's amazing, isn't it?
As long as I don't drink too much. I have to keep my drinking down.
It was really funny because in the 2 minutes before, because these were long takes, we're not talking, and they were improvised. So they were long, like a 20-minute take. Multiple actors around. This was a kind of boardroom thing around a table. Cameras, you know, more than one multi-camera. All these people, and I'd been absolute a bag of nerves the night before. When 2 minutes before the take, I was completely calm. It was extraordinary.
Amazing. Yeah.
The human psyche it's
mind
very
over matter, isn't it?
Yeah.
Love it. The mind is so powerful. But how's it going with Red Call? Because obviously we won the national
the Welsh Film Festival. It's just.
And what happened after that?
Not a lot. I mean, it's online in America. I think they're making sales. I don't really know. Here I've tried and failed. It's not a happy story. That's a whole other conversation. You know, distribution is, and if you don't have stars, distribution is so tough.
Like I say, hopefully that quite a few of them won't be around as way. And there will be. I'm sure that you will get the glory that you deserve. We all will. But before we go, I've just one more question is, if you had a time machine, would you do anything at all different in your life?
I don't think so, really. I mean, I don't think so. There are lots of you know, you'll always worry about could you have done that, and when one became very near to making a film, what would have happened if I'd made that film. But all in all, I'm a happy bunny. I really am, and I, you know, even when you haven't succeeded in certain areas, it's opened up other areas. Like Unity would never have happened if I hadn't been in that position where I sort of didn't do any teaching anymore, and Red Call came out of nothing. You know, lots of things come out of nothing. And just, you know, doing this acting experience, which was amazing, came out of nothing. So yeah, absolutely. No, I think I wouldn't change a moment of it.
I think it's
and seeing your plays. You know, your wonderful plays. Fantastic. That's all part of the story as well.
I think it's time really that we need to start building more trust, because today I was just sitting in the allotment, half an acre of land for £20 a year. I mean, Martin and I this time last year, so we were saying, Steve, it's all about trust. And as you said, you wouldn't change anything about your life. Just to finish, say we've got someone who's a writer or a filmmaker, and they're very young, because there's so many out there, particularly nowadays. You've got all these new souls. They're so creative and they're so incredible with what they're going to come up with, these incredible stories and incredible creations, novels, films. What would you say to them if they were just starting out now? I know it's a different world. It's going to be, please God, it's going to be a better world for them. But until that happens, and now they've got this incredible dream, like you, like me, to go out there. I know what I would say. What would you say to someone? It doesn't matter if they're young or old, and they've got a dream to do something. What would you say to them? What would be the best advice that you think you could give them?
Well, certainly, go for the dream, but I think, being true to yourself and taking the time to be aware of yourself and not be cowed by what's around you. I think it's very easy to try and please the world. I'll please people by telling the story I think people will want to hear. But if they've got a dream, if this person has a dream, then explore the dream, be rigorous about finding out what that dream is, interrogate the dream, be professional, but follow the dream, but be confident and open yourself to the truth of what that is. Don't be influenced by what you feel you ought to do to please the world, because I think people pleasing is another side that can be a problem in the creative area. We want to please an audience.
Of course.
I mean, of course it's lovely to please an audience, but if that's our only mission, then it's a disaster.
It's not worth it.
No, absolutely not.
You have to, like I put out that crazy Baba Bertha yesterday, because she's, it's just saying everything's stream of consciousness. It's just so easy and so amazing. Do you have any characters like that? Have you ever written a character like her, where you just get like Piaf, kind of stream of consciousness?
Well, I've got another thing that yes, I have. I mean, when certain characters that I invent are very voluble. I've talked a lot about these characters that can't communicate, but I have one or two characters that jabber away, the whole time.
They're based on anyone, Steve?
Probably based on that part of me, And
yes. Well, this is the thing. As when you're creating a character, I call her Baba Bertha because my grandmother was.
I love that name. Yes, I remember you telling me that.
The Irish
Baba.
and the Russian is in there, and the whinging, and but most of it is. I think there's a lot of Piaf in there.
I love the bit about banning the number 5. I love the
some of my dad's, some of my mother. There's a mixture. It's a mixture of everything, and you just let it flow. And
it's lovely.
Exciting, isn't it? When you're in that zone, like when I sat in that shed, and I was just sitting there, and boom, it was just me, the jokes. But they don't come at me, as I'm talking as Lauren, but it's like you go.
Yes.
Medium.
That's the mystery, isn't it? That's that amazing mystery.
Right, aren't you? Or create. Sorry.
I say that's the wonderful mystery that can be born in you, and it's like it's its own entity, and you just follow it. I mean, it's lovely, and those are the most authentic things I think that we create, that have their own life. We just follow them.
And maybe that's what we're meant to do now, because I'm starting to believe more and more there is something called God. There is a creator, and it's got us. It's us. I think it's got us, because I think, from what I can see, a lot of those people that are trying to hurt us are falling. They're falling bit by bit. And we're getting stronger and stronger. I mean, the people I'm interviewing, ordinary people that are going out on Sunday to bring families together to experimentation on children, but let's not go there. You know, it's ending. They will end it, and that's because people are doing what we do. People are able to tap into that intelligence, that higher consciousness that they weren't allowed to do. Now they can, and open their minds and understand that the human race has got something. It's called spirit. And that's what you and I know. That's why we're here. That's why we're doing what we do. As I say, I do everything. I have absolutely no money, no support. Get on with it. You know, just enough really to keep it going. But you just do it. It's something drives you. Something drives you. And it comes from here. And it's full of joy. And I think that's why I trust that the human race are going to be okay.
Absolutely. No, I
tap into that. They're starting to understand what we learned, creative beings. I think they were held back from being creative. Now they're starting to understand that that's who we really are. Human spirit and creativity and breathing all goes together, doesn't it?
Absolutely.
So if you hadn't been a writer, just questions keep coming. If you hadn't been a creative being, what do you think you would have been? What would you have done?
I come from a family of teachers. One of my early ambitions was to be a university lecturer. That sounds like a very boring answer, but that was my. I'm just trying to think. That's a good question. What would I have been? I don't know that the writing was there very early. I think I began to sort of think about writing very early. So I don't think I've had another one. If there's another one, it's probably something rather like you, working the land, you know. You know, just you know, working the ground. My father was a great gardener, and I have to say I'm not a good gardener, but I think if there's another life that I could have lived, you know, completely separate from this one, you know, being on the land and working the land, because I just have to walk out into an open space to feel the earth around me, and I absolutely love that.
You're happy. I'm going to tell you a secret. I don't know anything about gardening at all. I'm doing it like the 12 steps, one step at a time. This is what you do. You clear the ground, you take all the roots out and the stones, you water it, you put a bit of fertilizer in. So one step at a time, that's it. And I'm going to make a program about that, so people.
Sounds wonderful. You should do your own alternative gardening program. You really should.
Steve, it's been incredible talking to you.
I mean, fabulous.
You.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you so much.
You're welcome.
I'm so grateful for your support. You've always been incredibly supportive for me. You've given me incredible reviews.
Well, I can see the talent, and you know, we follow the talent.
Thank you.
All right then.
You have a wonderful, wonderful rest of the evening. I think.
Thank you.
6:30 now. I just heard pouring with rain out there, so the plants are going to be happy.
Okay then, Lauren.
So you take care. Lots of love, and love to Jane. Take care.
Okay. Lots of love.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
A flower she's all around, she lights up the room. Her colors are strong. The love inside goes on and on. A flower so bright, with just one smile, dark turns to light. Her heart opens like a rose, and deep inside, her love it shows. This is your day. to shine. Take back the gifts you have and make the world your shrine. Make it the best you can. Make it about you. This is your day now, baby. Go out there, make your dreams come true. Got through the storm. She weathers every cloud that comes along. She's strong now, with beauty and grace. Look at her face. It's time now to go out and inspire the human race. This is your day now, your day to be free. Go out and claim your life. This is your time to go out and make your dreams. Set the world on fire. Hold your treasures to your heart. Small more, baby, small more, baby, smile. Ooh, baby, go out and make it all about you. Ooh, baby, this is a song I've written for you. It's coming from my heart. This is your day. Be the star you are. Be the star you are. Woo! This is your day now, your day to be free. Go out and claim your life. This is the time to be. Go out and make your dreams. Set the world on fire. Hold your treasures to your heart. Small, my baby, small. This is your day. Be the star you are. Be the star you are. Be the star you are. Thank you.
doing an awakening today is because I want to inspire you guys. I want you to tell me what it is you love. What is it that you love? What is it that gets you up in the morning and you think, I'm going to get up and I'm going to do this, regardless of money, regardless of how many likes I get, how many views I get. I don't care. I don't care. I want to do this because I love it. What does it mean to love something so much? I woke up this morning, didn't want to get up. Again, same every day. Why bother? Look at the world. It's cold. There's no sun. And then I thought about, I'm going to go for a lottery grant. But I'm going to go for a lottery grant because I want you to be part of it, of what I am doing here. I've got life, all right? In some way, I am trying to create a project to get a lot of money to pay certain people to come on board and do what they love, incorporating everything that I love. But it got me out of bed and it made me think. I'm doing this app called Envision, and oh, it's amazing. You've got to get it. It's free and it helps you focus your goal. Get an app called Envision. And it just got me. I got out of bed and I rang someone. I said, I'm really confused because I want to take everything, moving on TV, moving on theatre. I want to take everything that I love and I want to put it into one goal. Just to do everything that I love. All in one goal with the people that I love and to make sure these people are looked after. I know particular people like me that have got nothing and are not being paid anything. And so that they're my priorities and their talents are huge. I've got about 3 or 4 people, including myself. And to go to the lottery and get this money for all of us, to incorporate their talents and what they love, but to find a way of how can we work together to go out and create this massive change for a lot of people, artists, talent, holistic shamanistic, holistic talent, or just, talent. We do it together. And Moving on TV becomes a TV station for us all, because that's the whole point. For the awakening, for ascension. What do you do? And I was trying to explain to someone what love is. Love is unconditional. All right? I was trying to explain this to someone who was struggling a lot with issues with their family. And I said to them, you've got to love unconditionally. But before you do that, find what you love. Because the minute you do what you love, it's so easy to give. So if you're struggling in life with people, or you're jealous, or you're not comfortable with me or whatever, because I do everything I love, I don't think about money, I don't think about likes, and guess what? I got universal credit to keep me going, because and the lottery are coming towards me. They've got millions. So decide what you love and come to me and let's make it happen together. We can do it together. But anyway, I was telling this parent who couldn't cope very well with their child. Their child's growing up. This person's a young woman now, and they have this barrier. And I said, well, to me, my gut is saying the reason you've got the barrier is you do not understand what real love is, what unconditional love is, because that child is mirroring to you that they just want to do something from here without worrying about anything else, like me. That's why I couldn't get on with my own parents, because all I wanted to do was sing. I've got life. I wanted to sing and act, and it took a lot to get to the level where my father would even listen to me and talk to me. It was, you got to have a job there and you've got to do this. And it broke my heart, because I'm not like anybody else. I'm a starseed or whatever else I am. And all of us, you cannot go out there and help humanity, and you cannot have a happy life, not unless you do what you love. And so I told this parent, I know this parent loves dancing because I know everything. I know what this parent, I know what's going on. I can help because I'm neutral and I can see things. And I said to this person, put on some music and dance, just dance, because you are a brilliant dancer. And then come back to me and we will try to help your child. Because you can't help your child until you find your passion. Because the only way you can connect to another person that is struggling is through you finding what you love. You can't help a struggling person until you stop struggling yourself. And healers who are going out there to heal, if they're not complete inside, then they cannot heal. I'm sorry, but I don't feel they can. Find yourself, find what you love, connect inside, get happy, and then you can go out and heal others. I can't heal others when I'm in that space. Of course I can. This is why I was put on 2 to 3 bottles of water a day before I can do my job for humanity. They wouldn't even look at me. Spirit wouldn't do anything with me. And they won't let me work a lot. So this is what I've got to do. And then I'm going on to do an NLP course for free. And the other thing I'm going to say to you is when you find your passion, if you're struggling with a friend or anyone that you can't get on with and you can't help them, then put them towards me, I'll help them. Or detach and see them. Don't see them as your friend, don't see them as your child. You know, this has given me a lot to talk about on the Awakening, the situation that I found out about. You have to stand away from the situation, like from above, neutral, like God. God looks down on every one of you and loves you regardless. Okay? It's unconditional. And, you know, I'm a Jew, but I believe in the teachings of Christ. And of course I do. They're beautiful. It's all about love. And all that Jesus said was love one another as you love yourself. Don't attach to people because why am I on my own now? Because I want to get so strong on my own that whatever happens to another human that I love with every bone in my body, I will be okay. And God knows the universe has given me enough grief to deal with to help me do that. So the awakening today is about your passion. Your passion. And then you need to know exactly what your dream is. Like, I'll give you an example. When I wanted to do Piaf, and that was my dream, to go to Edinburgh. Huge. People said to me, you can't go to Edinburgh. You don't know anyone. You're no one. You're no one. Yeah. You've got to be famous. I said, I'm going to Edinburgh. I'm taking Piaf to Edinburgh. And I did a crowdfunder. I got the money. People funded me. Someone else gave me a bit of money. I got Jacob and me and Martin and Helen together. And we went to Edinburgh. And we sold out every single show. And the reason we got to Edinburgh is because I set the goals, the smallest steps. And I could teach anybody to achieve their dream. So come to me. And I don't charge much or I barter. And if you want to sing my music, then please sing my music. I'm open to everything, but we work with respect and we work gently, gently, slowly, slowly. And if someone says to me, you don't have a lot of likes, well, then that's ego. I don't care. What I loved yesterday is I got 1 like and it made my day. Because then I sit and I watch this tonight, and if I'm down in the dumps, I laugh and I smile at Lauren. Look at her. I've got life. You see, there's a difference. No one could guess my age today. No one. You can try. You can try. But it doesn't matter. And I've got to go now because I'm doing a free NLP course. Free. Parts therapy, everything to help me get to the level to help you. So there you go. I love you. Get up, live your passion, and the body will disappear. You cannot get sick. And if you get sick, the mind takes over because you're doing what you love. And I love you and I love Lauren. I love Lauren, as I said, and that's, I'm not saying this is an egotistical way. I'm saying, as I said, if I don't get any views for this, I'll probably get 10 maybe. It doesn't matter, because I'll put this on at 12 p.m. tonight or 1 a.m. and I will watch it and I will see me happy. I will see me happy and I'll go to bed happier and I will learn something. And then bit by bit, you will see me happy. And you will think, how the hell does Lauren do it? She's on her own. She's got no one. She's had all this grief and all this pain and all this suffering and wheelchairs and death and abandonment and yada, 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 yada. And look at her. How does she do it? Who is she? Who is she? I'm starting to find out who I am. And one day I will tell you. I'm being told I'm one of those, yes, and you know what I mean. Check out Revelation 7:9. I'm one of them, and we're all one of them, and we're all here to do what needs to be done. So that's it. But it's given me a reason to get up in the morning, because if I'm feeling like shit and I'm feeling weak, I get up and I will focus that day. Today, I'm doing very little. I've done this. This is my work. And for me, or maybe the one or two people that watch this tonight, because they feel similar to me. Okay, I'm trying to take everything that I am. Someone really wise said to me, a friend said to me, why don't you take moving on theatre, moving on TV, combine it all together in some way with encounters, the musical you're writing and everything you love. And that's what I'm doing. And I'm going to go out and I'm going to get the money, and please bless me with that. And even if we don't get the money, it's growing. We're growing slowly and sponsors will come on. And as you know, nothing stops this spirit. I love you guys. And instead of being jealous of me or confused by me, ask me to teach you. How do I do it? It's called unconditional love for yourself and what you love more than anything. If you, like me, when you were 12 years old, used to run down the street singing, the hills are alive with the sound of music, and the neighborhood would hear you before they saw you, that's why you're here. That's why you're here. But it's not enough to do that now. We join and we do it together. And I go on, I've got life now when I feel like it. It's my TV station and yours. And I will sing to my heart's content. And it's up to me. And that's what you need. And thank God, I'm so grateful to YouTube for letting Moving On TV stream live, because it's given me an answer and how I'm going to help me and a lot of people. I never forget those I love. And you know who you are. We may not be together, but you know who you are. I never forget you, and I will always go out there to find a way to support those I love. Doesn't matter what they do to me. Doesn't matter how much they hurt me. It can't change what I really am, which is pure love. It can't. And as I say, guys, you have hurt me. Of course you've hurt me. You've hurt me on your journey. And God, this is making me so strong and full of passion, and I will never abandon you. I can't abandon you. It's part of my job to show you your journey and love you. I feel good. I feel good. I'm going to go now, and I'm not hyper. There's a difference. I'm not depressed and I'm not hyper. I'm balanced. I've got to drink my water and I've got to get on my course. Take care. Love you lots, and keep in touch, guys. Because if you work with Lauren, if you work with this spirit, you are honored, okay? And if you don't work with me, and if you're not in my life, well, I deserve better. You're just not on that vibration. And when you are, I welcome you back. So without being cruel or egotistical, you need to be able to be a certain kind of person to get the love that I have to give. Okay. Unconditionally, you will get the love regardless. I'm talking about personalities, meeting up, being together. You have to be able to have self-respect is the most important thing. You say what you want, what's more important to you. You put your foot down, you create a healthy boundary with people, and you stick to your commitments, and you show up. And then we'll talk. I will not work. Everyone who works with me on encounters are the best salt of the earth. Vlad, Martin, Manuel, Luke, Emily, and Sam, the guys I've got, they are salt of the earth. They never let each other down. They are there when we need each other. They supported me through the loneliness, and they are part of my tribe. Encounters, the people that are working together. I'm not saying that we have the same beliefs, well, most of us have actually, about everything. And today is a big day, guy, and we wish, why do you think I'm wearing red? We wish President Trump all the love and, go forward and win, because we're with you here in the UK. I wish you could vote. But what I'm saying is, the people that work on encounters with me, and Jacob worked with me, and we had agreements. It all was, that's why we sold out Edinburgh, because we had commitment, we had agreements, we had loyalty. Helen did the food and the driving. Martin did the stage management. Johnny, I forgot Johnny was the keyboard player. Jacob did the tech. And I went on the stage and I did my job to enlighten and inspire and tell people about mental health recovery, no medication. And I sang, no, rien de rien. And I sold out every single night. We all had our job and it fitted beautifully, and we all lived together in the same house, and we had a wonderful time, like a family. And anyone who wants to work with me, there are contracts. You don't get away with anything. You are loyal and committed and responsible. And the people I'm working with at the moment, they are salt of the earth. And I'm so grateful. And we are building something together. So if you come on Moving On TV and start checking out the likes and say to me, oh, you've only got 2 likes, then go away. I don't want you. I don't want you. I have absolutely no interest in you. If you come on Moving On TV, or you're doing what we're doing, and you say, wow, you got 10 likes. I'm so proud of you. I'm so proud of me. Then we work together, because that's the consciousness. It's got nothing to do with likes. Yeah, you're growing, but whatever. Why do you think that you have a right to have more likes just because you're you? It's just the way you've been conditioned. It's the quality and not the quantity of the people that come onto your channel. And they love me, and I love them. And they're supporting me, and slowly, slowly we're growing. And as I say, anybody who wants to come on Moving On TV, watch this. And I will do a separate program about this, because I'm not interested in egos. I'm interested in your talents, which sometimes comes from a bit from ego. I'm interested in loyalty, commitment, and unconditional love, and your talent and your creativity and your positive message to help release the kids and to help create a beautiful world with equality and bartering, when you never wake up in the morning and think, oh my God, how am I going to pay a bill? Never. Not in my world. So if you're like that, then come on Moving On TV, and I will do a separate program, because this is going on. I've got to go and do my course. I love you. I hope the message is clear. And if I get 2 likes for this, I'm over the moon now. I don't care anymore. It's not about fame and fortune and making money. It's about being happy and making other people happy, but me being happy. And every time I watch Lauren go on there, I have a big smile on my face, and I'm laughing because I don't need a theater anymore. It's free. I love you guys. Bye.
No, rien de rien. Oh, I love you too, Marcel. Oh, bonjour, bonjour. I want to wear my face to the audience as I would a laver. And that is why I refuse to wear the makeup and the products, not unless they are organic. Because they make me feel nude. So, come on board, organic makeup companies, moving on TV.uk. Bonjour. No, rien de rien. No.
Once upon a time, in 1915, in Belleville, France, 2 little baby girls were born. Both were called Edith Gassion-Piaf. One of them grew up to be the iconic performer we all admire and love. The other, whose life seemed to mirror that of the first, without the fame, is here tonight. So please, welcome with her very own show, the other Piaf!
Bonjour everyone and welcome to my show. It's the Piaf Show. Tonight I have a wonderful guest. I have a beautiful guest, a wonderful musician. You know, you hear someone play in the beginning, you watch. Johnny Harrison is going to be my guest today. So everybody welcome Johnny Harrison. Woo! Hey Johnny, take a chair.
Thank you.
Chair.
Thank you.
No, what you doing? That's Stella's chair. No, leave Stella in her place. Get another chair.
Okay.
Another one. Yeah, that one. Bring it here. Very close to me. Come on, close. Very close. That's it. Beautiful. Johnny, what do you think? I think I knit you a sweater. Shall I knit you a sweater? You know, I knit every lover. Sorry, friend. I have loads of sweaters. Never mind. Let's put the knitting away. We want to talk to you. Right. Would you like a whiskey, John?
Yeah,
Because
why
you
not?
never have whiskey with me in the show. I always say, would you like a whiskey? And you say no.
I don't normally drink.
Would you like a whiskey?
Maybe on this.
Alright, okay, but I don't have enough, huh? Becky! Where's Becky? Becky! Ah, here she comes. You want my whiskey? Thank you, Becky, thank you very much. How much you pay her? How much you pay her to do this? I can do this. We don't need to pay. Right, you want a whiskey? Alright. This time you have a good whiskey with me, John, eh? Why you never drink whiskey with me in the show?
Don't like to drink and play.
You don't drink and play. But that does not make sense. I drink and I play. It's not okay. Right, salute.
Woo!
Woo!
Good help.
Right, let's have a good drink now. It's wonderful whiskey, yeah? It's strong. For you, it's strong. You don't drink. For me.
Too much for me.
Wonderful. Right. Now you tell me a little bit about you, Johnny. A little bit about you. You play the piano, you make up songs, you compose music. Okay, tell me a little bit about you, Johnny.
I write French music. So I perform and compose music, particularly for
Why do you wear your hat like this?
I don't know. I think it's
Why? Maybe you wear it like this. That's better. Yes? That looks nice. Yes, everybody think yes. Hang on a second. What? Our viewers have just gone up 1 million. That's because Johnny's so good looking. A few weeks ago, oh, the whiskey. Oh, I need some more. A few weeks ago, we had Martinotti Will on the show, and he was talking about whiskey, and the lines were so busy, Johnny.
Really?
Oh, the women, they wanted to go out with him.
Ooh. He's a sexy guy, Martin.
Ooh, you better not tell Lorraine, the producer. She gets very angry. This is her husband.
Oh, really? I
He's
didn't
her
know.
husband. Oh, yes. Anyway,
I think it's the moustache.
the moustache. So why do you like the moustache?
Doesn't
Oh,
look good on me.
you don't like moustache?
Well, it doesn't. I can't grow one.
You say Marcel is not handsome?
No.
But Marcel has a moustache.
Yeah, but I think moustaches are particularly good with Martin.
Oh, right, all right. I must admit, Martin is very good looking. I do say that. But don't tell Lorraine, she gets very angry with me. We talk about anyway. Tell me about your music.
Yeah, I write French. I write French music.
You write French music?
Parisian music. French
Parisian music?
yeah.
Why?
Because I lived in Paris for 15 years.
Oh, how fantastic!
something similar to Sati, very exactly.
Something very similar to. What about my music? You don't play my music?
Oh, I love your music.
Yeah, but the problem with my music is that I'm not allowed to sing my music anymore. You know that?
Oh, yes, you tell me.
Yeah, the PRS they send me emails.
Of course.
I'm not allowed to sing my own songs. Ridiculous. Anyway, you got to speak. Right, cheese. Hello. Okay, so before we let you go, we're going to see can you play something for us now.
Oh, okay.
Yes, so ready?
Yeah.
So when you're ready, you go to the piano.
Okay, yeah.
But make sure that you go all the way around. Don't touch the Stella. She's very sensitive. You know, you touch her, she goes, "Eh!" You know, it's very, very sensitive. You know, accordions. Don't tell me about accordions. I don't know where, but accordions, they're so huffy and puffy all the time. Anyway.
Yeah.
You go first.
Okay.
Everybody's gonna have fun! Hey, what you doing? This is French music. This is French music. Come on, Johnny, and run your hat like this.
Okay.
Right. Like a beach boy. No, not a beach boy. What do you call them? Kids on the block.
Kids on the block.
Yes, right. Go for it. And 1, 2, 3.
to Moving On TV. I'm going to be interviewing Lee Dawson. Now, Lee Dawson, fascinating man. And the thing that seems to be happening with the awakening and all of this apocalypse stuff, revealing everything, is that we're getting people that are multi-talented. They seem to be able to do loads of things. They're so creative, holistic. And from what I gather from Lee, he's a holistic nutritionist, holistic therapist. He's going to talk to us a little bit about minerals and how important they are, not just vitamins. But apart from that, he's also part of Charlie Ward's crew. And he's just made a documentary about Gregory Hallett, who has the lineage and is trying to tell us that he could be the new king. So it's absolutely fascinating to talk to people like that because, as I say, the multi-dimensional, multi-creative people, like quite a lot of us, that go out there to realize a lot of their talents at the same time. So it's difficult to know what show to put them on, but it's exciting to interview them. So welcome to Moving On TV, and let's get going on the interview. Hi, Lee. It's lovely to have you on here. How are you today?
How are you doing? Yeah, I'm pretty good. We're really busy at the moment with this new documentary, but it's great to be on your show.
Fantastic. I'm so happy to have you here. You're in Spain at the moment, is that right?
Yeah, it's I'd say about 30 degrees outside.
Actually, it's the same here. It's absolutely boiling hot here in Buckinghamshire at the moment.
Oh, wow.
Anyway, what I was doing an introduction about you and how so many people lately are so multi-dimensionally creative. They do all these different things. And you just sent me some photographs here as well. I just introduced you as someone who is a nutritionist, holistic nutritionist, someone who's involved with Charlie's crew, who's made this incredible documentary about Gregory Hallett. And now you've sent me some photographs here about karate and your history around karate. So do you want to tell us a little bit about where does this all come from? Who are you?
Well, that's a long story, really. I mean, it's like 3 decades worth. But I think my dad must be to blame for this because when I was a kid, do you remember the old VHS video recorders?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So, you know, and where I'm from from County Durham, it was very traditional in the working man's clubs where they used to go to the pubs. Not my scene, really. I couldn't, as soon as I had legs, I just got out of Dodge, right? It wasn't my thing. But he came back one day from the pub and he brought this Bruce Lee video. And it was Way of the Dragon with Chuck Norris. That was it. I was hooked. I went outside. I took my mum's broom shank, the hacksaw, and I made myself some nunchucks. I swung it round. I gave myself concussion. My dad found me in the garden, big lump on my head, and he said, "Listen, if you're going to do this, you're going to do it properly." So he put me in school. So that's when I started learning a Japanese system called the Mugendo system with a guy called Master Darren Pinckney, and it was like a modern karate. So it was similar like kickboxing, but more A to Z refined kicks, you know. And then I developed that from there. I got first degree black belt, second degree black belt, third degree black belt. I got Master of Combat, Master Instructor, International Instructor. And then I got the Black Belt Hall of Fame 2000, 2001, 2002. And then in that time, I started with Fitness First PLC. Do you remember Fitness First?
Yeah, yeah.
Well, I started with them when they had like 5 clubs. And when I finished with them, they had 550 clubs.
Wow.
And I used to, yeah, it was massive. Great days as well. I used to write programs for them, and I developed a system called Thai Fit. And Thai Fit was out about the same time as one of the Spice Girls brought one out at the same time. I think it was called Thai Jury. It was Thai Fit, which was ours, Thai Jury, Kaibo, and Billy Blanks' Thai Bo. So these were the 4 or 5 combat sports in the world at the time that were really making a lot of noise. And we had 38,000 people doing our system in 125 gyms every month. So it was a pretty big thing. I mean, from then I went sort of more into gym, bodybuilding, nutrition, health, and it sort of all developed from basically from the martial arts, because I think the martial arts for me was such a base from Japan, where they really educate you on about how your body works. And I learned a system called hyperbolic stretching. Have you heard of this?
No, I haven't. Sorry.
Hyperbolic stretching. Listen to this. This is a lot of people don't know this. But do you know who the most flexible people are on the planet?
Tell me.
Sumo wrestlers. And the
Okay.
hyperbolic system came from the sumo, from like, I think it's 2,000 years old or something. So I learned this system, and it's probably one of the fastest ways to get you into the splits. But there's a good side and a bad side to it. If you haven't got the conditioning in your legs to start with, you can pull a muscle and you can do yourself an injury. So when you do it, it's always good to have the right condition in your legs before you start the program.
Mm-hmm.
And then from there, basically, I went into train people for the Gladiators. I was page 7 fella for the Sun. I did like a spell on modeling and stuff, but I always liked to fight a little bit, you know, so it wasn't really my thing. And then I was working for David Lloyd. When they started bringing out the new flagship David Lloyd, I don't know whether you ever, David Lloyd clubs were very small back in the day. And then in about 1997, 98, I'm not sure if it was bought out, but they kept his name, but they made these enormous David Lloyd clubs where they could hold 10,000 members. I mean, the one I was in Southampton basically had 25 tennis courts outside, 20 indoor tennis courts. It was 3 decks, 2 swimming pools, restaurant, beauty salon, amazing place, amazing people as well.
Yeah.
And funny enough, I met a client there, and he gave me an offer I couldn't refuse. That's how I ended up in Spain. He said, listen, Lee, I'm selling my company, and it's worth X amount of millions. He said, I've got a big boat in Porto Banús. I've got a bigger house. I've got Bentleys, Lamborghinis, and I've got a load of animals. He said, if I pay you some money each month, would you go to Spain and look after them, and then you can make your business there?
Oh.
So listen, I've been here 20 years.
Very exciting. Okay, so I can see the connection here with martial arts and everything that you did. Obviously, that works on the mind, the body, and the spirit. So is this how it led you into looking into more about nutrition and minerals? Because I want you to talk a little bit about minerals. We're always very conditioned to understand about vitamins, particularly D3, you know, and C, especially with what's been happening in the last couple of months, which we won't go into. But I'm hearing a lot about minerals, and that without the right minerals in your body, you can't actually break down the vitamins, and you can get calcification in the body. And so how did you get into that? And can you explain a little bit about that?
Well, about 5 years ago, my wife had stage 2 cancer of the uterus, and a very aggressive form. And basically, obviously, the hospital wanted to do the usual bullshit with the chemotherapy and the surgery, which it doesn't work. And I just knew this was like, computer says no. So I looked at, funny enough, THC oil, CBD oil, and I looked at the alkaline diet system from a guy called, what was his name? 1931, Dr. Otto Wahlberg. I mean, listen, there's a lot of cancers, right? He found a cancer, and he cured this cancer. I don't know which one it was, and he got the Nobel Prize for it, and then he was completely forgotten about in the alkaline diet. Now, if your body is in an alkaline state, I mean, forget about this silly little virus that's just been flying around, this 125 nanometer virus. Forget about that. Talk about something serious, you know, like a cancer or something like life-threatening, right? Basically, if your body is in an alkaline state, there's no disease can spread. It's like it's frozen in time. So this is why I can never understand when you go to hospital, the first thing they should do is look at what you eat, and they don't, right? Yeah. First thing you got to do is take the meat out, you got to take the dairy out, you got to take alcohol out, and you got to take sugar out, and you got to alkaline the body so the cancer can't spread anymore. And then you attack it, and you attack it with THC, you attack it with high dosages of vitamins and minerals, and obviously it's all a lot to do with the brain as well. When a guy comes up to you in a white coat and you trust, and he says, blah 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 blah, Mrs. Jones, you've got cancer. That's it. You've only got your head's gone, and you're just on a downward spiral, right? So you have to be very strong in the mind, and you have to start, you know, asking questions, because these people have not got our health. You know, it's like years and years ago, the doctor, you know, your family doctor really had your health at his heart. That was his but now it's just about commissions and money and one size fits all with these chemicals, right?
Yes.
Nature, listen, they try to hide nature from us, and everything we need is from nature, right? And the body is an incredible
Lee,
thing.
can you come back to, because it's an amazing story. So how is your wife? Did you work wife with all of this?
Well, that's another story, because we got divorced a couple of years ago. But yeah, she was fine for a long time, and then I mean, this was like 5 years ago. Then we sort of separated, and then I got a call. I think it was last March, the March before, 2 years ago, to go in El Higueron Hospital in Marbella, and she had 3 weeks left to live. She had bone cancer, lung cancer, multiple cancers of the organ, thrombosis, knee, hips, chest, fluid on the lungs, and toxic blood poisoning.
Goodness me. Because I mean, it's a mind, body, spirit thing. I totally believe that we can heal everything, but if we don't get rid of the patterns that we keep repeating, to me, every dis-ease is a dis-ease. If you have to heal the underlying dis-ease. And so you can't get rid of those patterns and you balance the mind, body, spirit, then you can't heal. You need to, you know, everything has to be in balance. So that's very, very sad.
Well,
sorry about
I took her out of the hospital. I took her out of the hospital, and she had 3 weeks left to live. They said the cancer was in the neck and going into her brain. So I was thinking, wow, this is a hard one. This to do with all the stuff from the kids, you know. And I was taking a big responsibility as well. And anyway, 4 weeks went by. She was okay. 8 weeks went by. She was getting stronger. 12 weeks went by. She even started going back to work. So I got her back well enough, but she's done a lot of damage to her organs. So I said, listen, Anna, you know, I'm not doing this a third time. We've split up for 2 years. She said, yeah, I'll be all right. I'll be all right. But she died about 3 weeks ago, right? And this was like, it was a big shock for me. But I got in touch with her through psychic to ask her what she died of, because the last time we were speaking, she was getting better and she knew what to do. But I remember, and I kept having this argument years ago, one of the doctors, right? She had some mercury fillings, right? And she was from Moldova, right? So Moldova, quite a poor country. And she always said to me when she was about years old, obviously they got no money, so the dentist was knocking all the kids' teeth out and putting these mercury fillings in. Now, if you got molds, right, full of mercury, and you're eating your food, and you're grinding, they start to heat up, right? And you're telling me that's not going down inside.
Of course.
So I argued again with the doctor, no, that's impossible, blah, blah, blah. But when I spoke with the psychic, first thing the psychic said, she said, back tooth. That's the first thing she said, back tooth. So I think she went and I said, how did you die? And she didn't want to talk about it through the psychics. And Tracy kept saying to me, Lee, if you ask again, she's going to walk away. So I didn't even touch on it, because I think she went in for a procedure and it went wrong, and they probably put her down as COVID-19, I guess.
Yeah.
So
I mean, so Lee, so stop you there. It's a very similar situation with my mother. She was getting well. Every time I would be around her, I would give her healing, the journey work and Reiki, and then as soon as I would go, she'd get sick again. And it was kind of like, again, the patterns. But what you're saying about the mercury is very, very interesting. So can that lead us into the mineral thing? Because people have hair tests done to try and figure out what's going on. If there's too much mercury, then, you know, the body is toxic. I had loads of mercury fillings, and I think that's accumulated and caused a lot of fibromyalgia and issues with me. I got into apricot kernels years and years ago with Philip Day, and I'm very, very healthy, thank God. I learned all about that. Never go to the doctor, touch wood, you know. But coming back to what you were saying about minerals, how does that connect to staying well with not just taking vitamins? Because from what we're told a lot of the time is you've got to have more calcium. But now we're learning that we're not supposed to have more calcium. We're supposed to have magnesium and things like that. So do you want to talk a little bit about that?
Yeah, well, your four main minerals is magnesium, calcium, zinc, and phosphorus. Now, if you don't have the right amount of minerals, you can't absorb the right amount of vitamins. So basically, how we did you know about this company I've been working with for 2 years? Did Charlie mention it?
No, sorry.
You're going to love this, right? So
You can
about 2 years ago, I met a lady called Dr. Sonia, right? And she works for a company, Pharma, but it's not Varel's Pharma as in pharmaceutical. It's
Nothing to do with
completely the opposite, right? And what they designed, they basically said, listen, vegans are not healthy. And the reason why vegans are not healthy is because most people who go vegan, they don't know how to balance the diet correctly. They don't know enough about the nutrition with all the different vegetables to put a balanced diet. The same as vegetarians, and they find out when these people get a lot older, they're starting to get brain issues, right? Because they didn't have the right iron, zinc, and different vitamins. So basically, they designed a food supplement for these people and for everybody, basically, but just to balance the diet. Because even people who eat meat, you know, you can be too acidic or you can be too alkaline. You've got to try and get yourself in the middle, you know, and you've got to understand how your body feels and what you want. So what they designed, I'll show you this, and you'll love this. Can you see that?
Yes. DNA decoded. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah.
So this is like the diamond of
what's
the
in
mineral
them?
world, right?
What's in it?
So I'll tell you how this works. So listen. So your methylation system or your methylation system. How it works is every normal person, right? When you absorb food or you're only absorbing 30% of what you eat or drink. So what does that mean? That means basically your organs are always starving, right? I don't know whether a few years ago there was a lot of tests going around where you could test the age of your organs to the age of how old you were. And most of the time an athlete, his organs are like 20, 30 years older because of the free radicals and all the training where you're damaging your body, right? So that's why they always said you should buffer it with vitamin C. And they were saying, oh no, like you can only take 75 milligrams in one go. That's not true. It depends on your body and how much it uses and how much. If you're sick, you can use thousands of milligrams every hour if you're sick, especially if you've got cancer. Yes. So I stayed with a Russian scientist for 5 days. This is quite an interesting story. And the guy was old, but his skin was amazing. It was really, really, really tight. And he was like a solid guy. And I seen him every morning putting this powder in his drink. And I said, what are you doing? He said, oh, pure ascorbic acid. He said, it's basically vitamin C in its purest form. And he said, it tightens your skin up. He said, it's antiviral, antioxidant, anti-inflammatory, and it's a modulator. And I went, yeah, can you expand on that? And he said, well, basically, if you're an athlete, like yourself, you should be taking this. He said, because what happens when the train comes into the train station, it acts like a buffer. So it stops creating all the free radicals and makes your body healthy and lasts longer. So getting back to the methylation system, right? So you imagine if we only absorb 30% of what we eat and drink, your organs are starving, right? And they're starting to get old fast. So what happens then? We start to get sick, right? Now they say, right, a human being, right, is supposed to live to 120 years old. And that's not one that's looking after himself, right? That's the standard age. Now, because of the poison in the sky and the poison in the ground and all the crap they're giving us in supermarkets, we're dying too fast. So, and because our organs are getting so old so quick, and this is when we start to get immune system problems. And as soon as your immune system drops, this is when you start getting sick.
Okay.
So this product, right, this product will increase your absorption from 30% to 90%. So what does that mean?
Wow, I need it.
Absorption, right? Your organs are getting fed. You're getting fed all the enzymes and minerals and nutrients, what they need to work 100%. How do you feel? Fantastic. Absolutely fantastic. You sleep better. You've got clarity. I'm in the boxing ring, right? With guys 30 years younger than me, and I'm doing all right. So that's how good it is.
That's fantastic. Yeah. Do you know what? It's really interesting you're saying all this, because I have been thinking anytime the mainstream pushes anything, I've always thought there's something not right here for years now. And one thing they've been pushing is veganism. And all the time pushing veganism. Now, I can't be a vegan. When I tried to be a vegan, I nearly pass out. So I have to have a little bit of egg, a little bit of, a little bit of meat, a little bit, everything in moderation. And I've gluten, I've got dairy and everything. But isn't it interesting what you're saying there is that it's not actually a natural thing? Because I try to put everything out here on Moving On TV. So I'll bring on a vegan and I'll bring on someone who doesn't agree. I'll bring on everyone so they can talk about it and debate it. But my personal feeling is we are all different, and kinesiology, muscle testing, usually works really well, because then you can test what's good for one may not be good for another person. Do you ever use muscle testing and kinesiology in your work?
No, but I'll give you a little idea from where the balanced diet comes from, which comes from like thousands and thousands of years ago. Right, a balanced diet. When someone talks about a balanced diet, it comes from the 4 seasons.
All right, okay.
That's where it comes from. So basically, one season we're foraging around for nuts and stuff. Another season we're eating fruits. Another one we're fishing. And then when it's cold, we're making fires and we're eating meat. So this is where your balanced diet comes from, right? I'll tell you something else what we discovered about the aging process. Now, do you know about your gluteal system? So basically, look at this one, right? This is going to blow your mind. Right, so this one, I mean,
the right way, not the way the celebrities are doing it. We're doing it the right way, the moralistic way, yes.
Yeah, listen, it's got to be done like this. I mean, people need to know, and they need to know what to take, because a lot of people take so many supplements that basically, if you go to any supplement shop, most supplements have claims, right? They claim this product does this, right? We have a lawyer full-time, scientifically proven, scientific facts what our product does. And we have to have a lawyer full-time, because you're not supposed to be able to do this. We found a way around having a full-time lawyer. It works very, very well. Now, the detox aging system, the gluteal system, right? This clean detoxes your liver by 2% every month and cleans your body and slows the aging process down to a crawl.
You'll have to give me some for this interview.
Listen, I'll send you some stuff. Now, this one, talking about the vitamins and minerals, right? Yeah. The protein they're designed. Now, let me just tell you about a vegan protein, right? A vegan protein is harder to absorb than ours, and there's a reason for this. This one is hydrolyzed, right? And it's hydrolyzed so fine. It's like a very, very fine sand. You can give this to cancer patients. You can't give normal protein to cancer patients. Now, this has every vitamin and every mineral.
Tumor. I remember reading that somewhere. Protein expands the tumor, doesn't it?
That's correct. Yeah. So this basically has every vitamin and every mineral your body requires in one day.
Fantastic. So how do you test people? Do you do hair tests?
We have basically the two parts of the company. We have the supplement side and we have the genetic side. And the genetic testing side, basically, we take a spit or we take a blood sample. We can tell you what's wrong with you now and what you're going to have an issue with in the next 20 years, and we stop it from happening.
Right, that's fantastic. I think homeopathy did that for me years and years ago, because I have very, very weak genetics, which I won't go into. But yeah, homeopathy strengthens a lot of the things in me, and you know, it's all vibrational medicine. So this is all very fascinating and exciting. But how did this lead you to working with Charlie Ward and actually making a documentary about the possible new King of England? I mean, as I said, we are multidimensional beings. We're synchronistically being drawn to the people that are opening the doors and helping our world and humanity. But how did that happen? How did you go from there to where you are now? Because this is also very fascinating.
Well, that's about 90 videos and 900 hours research. And I know you don't want to talk about it, but it basically started when this virus came around. And the first thing I asked the PhD lab, right, with all the team there, and obviously they've trained all over the world, and they have colleagues all around the world. And these people are smarter than a lot of us, right? They've got a PhD in genomics, and they're very clever people, and they're very honest people. Well, the ones I'm working with are honest. And I just asked them, I said, what's this virus thing that's happening in China? And Dr. Sonia just turned around, very honest, and she said, Lee, it's 125 nanometers. And I went, what does that mean? It's a variation of the flu. And I went, yeah, you won't even notice. If you get it, you won't even notice you're back. Yeah. Right, so then this is how I met Charlie. So this happened, and everyone was panicking. The mainstream media was putting all this garbage out. They clearly didn't understand nothing about what was going on. This was a narrative and an agenda, right? And instead of telling everyone to boost the immune systems up, they were like, oh, no, hide in the house, don't have no vitamin D, and just have the vaccinations. So basically, me and Charlie just started talking about just to each other on a chat in the morning. And then Charlie said one morning, should we record this and just put it out to see if anybody else is thinking the same way? Yeah. And then 90 videos later, we went from the virus, we went to the vaccination, we went to the 5G, we had various scientists on the show, biologists, so many interesting people. It was really, it was a beautiful journey. And then all of a sudden one day, we had this, we all had signs, right, which was really weird. We all had these strange signs. There was Dave Mahoney, there was me, there was Jack Kidd, and there was Charlie. And all of a sudden, this King John III came up, Gregory Hallett, right? And we all sort of got news about him more or less at the same time, but from all different sources, which was unusual. And then we all started speaking about it, and then we said, right, let's get him on the show. And Charlie had just been blocked on Facebook for something he put out there. You know, he posted the truth and they blocked it. And the same with Jack, he did something. So I was the one in the middle. I had to connect the dots, put them together through another platform we were using. And we had Gregory Hallett on the show the next day on Charlie Ward Show. And this is how it started. And then the information he was pumping out, because there was so much knowledge, and he would go off in tangents and he would lose people. You know, so everyone was probably thinking, this guy's a bit of a nutcase. He's saying he's Christ, he's did that and the other. But when you actually listen to what he says and you understand what he says, he's a very, very, very intelligent man. Okay, so we got Dave on to ask him some serious questions and try and keep him on the same path, right? So he wouldn't go off. And then Dave was that impressed with his answers. We had a little chat, and within, I don't know, a 24-hour window, we had to work out how to get to the UK under lockdown restrictions.
Yeah, I saw that bit. Oh, I love that bit at the end where you took off the mask, tore it up, threw it in the bin, and told them to, you know, I don't say I'm moving on TV. What you said. But
oh, yeah.
Brilliant. It's exactly the way that I feel. A lot of us are feeling, what a load of rubbish. That was fantastic. A load of rubbish, the things they've told us. So in their face. So that was absolutely brilliant. So you met with Gregory, and you saw all his lineage. You saw all the huge amount of scientific work he's done, huge amount of research. Now, when someone does that, when someone spends their whole life doing all of this, to me, they've got to be genuine, or else why would they do it? You know, why would people put all their energy into so much research and checking so much out and presenting it? You're either a complete nutcase and you're just living in illusions, or you're actually telling the truth. And nowadays, it's usually that you're telling the truth. So how do you feel? Do you think that Gregory could actually be who he's saying he is, the king?
Well, I spent a lot of time with Greg, and for me, what a great man. I learned so much while I was there. I learned so much about the breeding with the royal family from the last few hundred years. All the nasty side to what was going on as well. There was so much information. I mean, he had 800 pages of files which he's put out to various governments around the world, contesting the royal family. And for me, you know, when you see, I don't know, I was a big fan of the Game of Thrones, right? Did you ever watch Game of Thrones?
No.
Oh, listen,
I didn't like the way it was made. I didn't like the violence and stuff, so no, I didn't.
No, I like a bit of violence, see, but old-fashioned violence with swords and horses. Well, he to me is like an old-fashioned king, but not like in the violence side. I mean, an old-fashioned king in how he sees things. Like, he believes the king is for the people, right, and not the other way around. So he wants to do good for the people. And the time I spent with Greg, I mean, the respect I have for the man, for what he's gone through, for what the governments have done to him, what the royal family have done to him. I mean, they've bankrupted him, they've done all kinds of stuff to keep him hidden. You know, I've also read the files on I don't know, was it 13? Over 13 different attempts on his life, tampering with his car, poisonings, and he's got all these actually stamped in court with judges, and he's wrote a lot of interesting books as well.
Yeah, I heard that. Sorry to stop you there. Charlie actually said that while you were driving down there, it looked like someone was trying to actually hit you with a car or something. That when you were actually there, he mentioned that in one of his talks. That looked like someone was actually following or tried to hit Greg in some way.
There was maybe from his side when he was coming down. I mean, listen, they had I think the last time they had some kind of issue was about 6 months ago. But yeah, there was some funny things going on. But you know, I've been in security for a long time as well. I've done all kinds of different things around the world, and I didn't feel at one time that we were under any kind of threat. I felt like we were in a divine bubble of protection. I mean, from when we got to the airport, right? Me and Dave and the cameraman Dave, we didn't see one policeman. We didn't see one policeman, and we were in locations all over the UK, and we didn't see one policeman the whole time.
Right, right. So what's your personal opinion? I mean, as I said, he sounds really incredible, sounds very genuine, very exciting. But your personal opinion, your gut feeling inside, do you really believe that this is actually the new king?
For me, yes. I feel for me, and he is very kingly. But if you just look at the other side, right? So you've got the Queen, who's been played by her double, and her name's Mrs. Sanderson, right? And then you got Andrew. He's up for paedophile charges in the US. You've got Charles, who's the runt of the royal family, and his double that's been on this video. Did you see this double of Charles? Is absolutely ridiculous. Doesn't even look like him or speak like him.
I heard they've been executed. Sorry, there's Utsava. There's an actual psychic that comes on the lot, and she said they've already been executed. Charles and the Queen have been executed, and the same about what you said about Andrew. He's been extradited. He will be extradited.
Well, we got news of Prince Philip while we're there that he died 6 weeks ago, and from the royal media, and they wouldn't release it to the media press because everyone was terrified with the coronavirus. They didn't want to cause another panic. But I mean, they've just shown that the whole royal family is Nazis anyway. The whole bloodline are German.
Yes,
so
big. But this is kind of so leading into the next question. So you feel deep down inside that Gregory could be genuine and not just an amazing storyteller or an exciting
person. Just because I've spent time with him, I feel like there's a massive change coming in the world. I really do. Because we had some things happen to us while we were there, and some amazing things. And I don't want to go into the things because people go, yeah, right. But obviously, when my ex-wife died, she basically died, and I got the psychic to contact her, and not just about the tooth. She actually gave me some information. The second thing she said, trust in what you're doing, right? And this was the mission to go and see Greg. Then she said, black suit, blue tie, which Greg is in this photograph, the black suit, blue tie. And she gave me these numbers, which was 1038 and 1242. And it's in the Bible that Christ is coming and to end all slavery in the world, which I think Donald Trump's doing a good job of right now.
Yeah. The Christ is inside each and every one of us as well. We're all growing together in this consciousness, aren't we?
But I'll tell you one thing that happened while we were there. I'm probably not supposed to say it, but I'll sneak it out. But we were filming in this park, right? I'm not mentioning the name of the park. It was full of people, children playing. There was some guys playing sport to our right, people walking on the left. And because it was on a little bit of a hill, we had a crosswind coming in, and it was messing around with the mics. So we were there for a good few hours trying to wait for a little bit of the breeze to stop, film. And so it was like this. While we were filming there, and this is no word of a lie, because this is actually in the documentary as well. All of a sudden, right, so imagine this, we're filming away, all of a sudden, 6 or 7 immaculate ravens, which is
Charlie
landed around us. Right,
Mm.
this is true. And I was like, wow. And they weren't scruffy birds. These were. They looked like they had velvet suits on.
Wow.
And then they were watching Greg. And when we left the location, they were flying over him. They were basically following us through the village. And that was only one thing that happened. There was many things happened to us while we were there. I mean, the signs were slapping us in the face, you know, like wow.
It's an incredible time to be alive. It's wonderful.
Yeah.
Everything has been on earth. Everything is happening for a reason. We're all changing all over the place. So we're changing and lots of people are waking up. But why do you think people are not waking up? Why? What is stopping them? I'm not talking about the media and the madness and people being glued to everything. If the media doesn't tell me, it can't be true. What do you feel is stopping people from waking up? What is it that is inside them that is stopping them from actually accepting these changes? And
I think there's
especially with like nonsense around this flu bug.
Yeah, I mean, listen, you obviously you got the media side, right? I mean, if you throw the television out the window, 90% of the world's problems will go away, right? So we understand that. But you've also got people who, if I go back to where I'm from, and nothing changes from my town. You know, like I'm in Marbella, and it's international community. I travel here, there's lots of things happening. When I go back to my town, it's like still set 1,000 years ago. Everyone's still doing the same thing, and there's not much really changing then. I think, you know, when I was one of them kids that were like, oh, no, I don't fit in. I didn't fit into that society. Get a job, go to the pub, get married, have kids, diddly. That wasn't me. I was a rebel. I had to go. So I think you have this kind of people who like the security, who just, they have the blinkers on. They just want to go to work. They want to earn the money. They want to go back. They want to see the wife. They want to play with the kids. And that's their little thing. And a lot of them are just scared to look out in the world to see what really is going on. And we have been in a dark place for a long time now. A lot of people don't know it. I mean, I think we've got now 32% of the world's population now has woken up.
That's amazing.
Yeah, I think before we started with the virus, I think we're on 5%. So now we're at that, they say you only need 10 million people to start making the vibration movement. So we're well over that now. And, you know, we just heard as well, I mean, a lot of the Sicilian and Italian mafia have been arrested. There's so many arrests going on around the world, and people are phoning Charlie up and saying, mate, you were right, what you've been telling us for weeks and weeks, it's starting to come true. So I think a lot of people, you know, they walk around with the blinkers on. They don't want to see this. And I think, you know, for the people who take the red pill, here we are, right? We're talking about it. So the people who take the blue pill, they're happy. But the problem is, I think they're going to be stuck. They're going to be stuck in the old world.
Yeah, they won't move on. A lot of people will be left behind. So actually, there's another question just came to me there as you were talking. And thank you for it's really incredible interviewing you. It's so positive and so full of amazing news and very exciting to talk to you. But when you started to wake up, if you were anything like me, I mean, I've been probably I've been red-pilled a long time with medicine. I knew that we were in a war. I just knew that we were in a war when I looked at cancer for years and years ago. But I became very red-pilled about 4 years ago. I was in a wheelchair, I had an accident, and I started watching all the Pizzagate, and bit by bit became more and more red-pilled. And in the beginning, it was such a shock. It was like there was no one to talk to. I didn't know who to talk to. But nowadays, I got into Isaac Cappy. He was my mentor. I was in Cappy's crew, you know, Isaac Cappy. He was knocked off by Tom Cruise, and he highlighted a lot of Epstein stuff. So I made a lot of friends that way. So the question I'm trying to ask here is, in a roundabout way, is when you first started to get red-pilled, how did you deal with it? Because you've got a lot of people, as you say, it's amazing that such amount of people are waking up every single day. But can you give some direct positive experiences to people that are confused and they're not sure what to do? Because the heart chakra is opening and they don't understand it, particularly men. So, and you come from such a background, as you say, which is interesting, such a masculine, you know, strong background of fighting and karate, and, you know, so how can you direct the ordinary guy on the street that's suddenly watching this stuff and suddenly waking up and feeling? How did you do that when it first started to happen to you?
I'd say with the travesty of the Bruce Lee death and his son, that was the first. I said, this doesn't seem right. You know, Bruce Lee, before he got to be a superstar, died just before Enter the Dragon came out, which made him a legend, right? The same with his son, Brandon Lee. And I used to train Dolph Lundgren, the actor. You know Dolph Lundgren?
Yes, yeah.
So he used to live in Marbella. I used to train him. And he made a movie with Brandon Lee called Showdown in Little Tokyo, I think it was called. And I asked Dolph, I said, what do you think happened on the set? I mean, this doesn't normally happen. And he didn't want to talk about it. And basically, I think it was the movie Crow, right? So basically, Enter the Dragon was the last movie Bruce Lee made, but he never saw it. He never saw it in the cinema. He died before he went to coma, right? His son, Brandon, again, was at that level when the big A-lister movie came out, and he died. And what happened was, apparently when they were, I think it was a shootout scene. I'm not sure whether they had the, you know, when the blood flies out and the special effects explodes out, you know. I think they had it the wrong way around and it went into him. I don't know I don't know the whole story about it, but it wasn't right. This doesn't happen to two of them like this.
No,
so that was the first thing I started questioning.
Was that a sacrifice? That
it's weird. It didn't make any sense. And they were both my idols and heroes, both of them. So, and then what really gave me the red pill was the 9/11. And I was in actually David Lloyd when I watched that happen. I actually thought it was a new movie. I didn't realize it was the news. And I said, "Is this a new movie?" I said, "Wow, that really looks exciting. Is Bruce Willis in it, you know?" And one guy said, "No, it's the news. It's happened. They've just hijacked a couple of airplanes and smashed them in the towers." And I went, "That is impossible." And I said, "I'll tell you why it's impossible." I said, "I work with a lot of the military guys. Do you think you could fly an airplane for like 30 seconds over American airspace without being shot down? Not a chance." Right? And then I saw all the stuff about the holograms. Now, and I know a lot of pilots, and Dave Mahoney's a pilot. He'll tell you this. If you fly an airplane into a building, right? First thing that drops off the wings is the 1,000-pound engines. They go straight down. They do not go into the building, right? And if you watch the replay, it's like a hologram. It goes zoop, zoop. It goes in, out, in. That doesn't happen. The engines go straight down.
It's a film.
So this was a big thing for me. Like, I think if you're going to wake somebody up, it's best to go back and look at all the evidence, and especially the one on the Pentagon when they said an airplane hit that. If you actually look at the circle, David can explain this amazingly because he's a pilot, how you would have to fly this plane to come around at that level to hit that window, right? And then you've seen the debris afterwards. It was like a garbage truck just emptying the rubbish out on the lawn, right? And if there's one video in particular, you see it's a mishap. And that's basically what happened when the Alliance was basically going to take out the Cabal the first time. And I think it was about the $3 trillion that went missing, and it was in that office, and they had to get rid of everything in that office. Mm-hmm. So they had the...
sorry, Lee. As you're explaining things, but can you just very quickly just explain, what did that do to you when you started to realize? I mean, I'm Jewish, okay? And I learned from the tiny age, I grew up in Israel. I learned about the Holocaust from about 7 years old. I was explained to me all this horror that happened to the Jewish people. So I grew up knowing about cruelty. I grew up knowing about evil. You know, I don't want to go into that too much, but I was already conditioned. But a lot of the ordinary people, the human race, are not conditioned. They thought they were living in a world where it only happened, these evil things happened, you know, in countries with dictators and stuff like that. Now we're learning that it's actually our own governments. it's the own people. It's the Western world that is so cruel. So yes. How did that touch you? How did that make you feel when you realize that what you're living in, that they died? Such cruelty, because that's what I'm interested in, is how can you help the people that are waking up now so that they can be cushioned in some way? Do you understand what I mean?
I don't think they should be cushioned. I mean, for me, I've always been a little bit of an investigator. If you tell me not to do something, I'll do it. You know, if you lock me up in a room, I'll escape. You know, I'm one of them people. I'm not going to just sit there and do as my told if someone says, and I've never believed in politicians. I thought they were all a bunch of liars and crooks. And the first time when Donald Trump went into power, I didn't even like Donald Trump. It wasn't even, you know, I thought he was a bit irritating. But then when I seen what he was doing, I'm thinking, why don't they put these businessmen in charge of every country and get rid of all the politicians? Because the politicians are the ones that cause all the problem with the colours, with the wars. It's these guys that are making us fight each other.
Unite
and for
and
me,
divide us.
I think, listen, you're going to have people who are going to say, yeah, right, okay, blah, blah, blah. You're talking out your ass. You know, the government wouldn't do this to us. And then you're going to have the other people. Are you for real? So it's a hard one to answer, really, because I think you have to have it in here to do your own investigations and your own research. And I think it's very important for when these people tell us, I mean, listen, especially anything from mainstream media, they're liars. You can't trust, they haven't got anything right in 20 years. Same as the WHO, CDC, they're all liars. It's all fake news. So you have to basically start researching yourself. And I think the way I've been the way my journey has gone, and I've met all these scientists and different people, it's just given me that ability to look from a different angle and think, well, listen, I know that's complete horseshit. And I've worked with some very powerful people. I've trained princesses from around the world, and I've seen a lot of different cultures, and I've seen, you know, when you sit down with really important people, that's met really important people, and they tell you these little stories, and you go, wow, you know, that's really interesting. And a lot of people haven't got this information. You know, they don't read enough, and I mean, I'm a bad one. I don't read enough books, and you should read a lot and educate yourself a little bit more. But I think for that question, it's so difficult. It's just got to be down to the person. If that person's open-minded and can just think, right, okay, well, maybe he's telling the truth, but you know what? I'm going to do a little bit of research myself and check it for myself. And that's what we basically did with the Charlie Ward videos. We basically said, listen, go out and research it. You can check this website, you can check that. Just don't take our word for it. Research it yourself, and don't take the word of the politicians and the medical doctors and the mainstream media. Look it up yourself.
Yeah. Thank you for that. It's been an extraordinary interview. Hopefully we'll come back again with another one, because you've got so much incredible insight, and it's wonderful talking to you. I just want to finish with a tiny segment where you can give us just a happy little segment. And I'm going to cut that as well and put it in the happy news. It's very innocent, and, you know, just to send that out. So like just maybe 2 minutes of a happy little story, or something that, you know, to give people some hope, because I love, as you said, there's all these great things happening anyway, and we just have to be able to look outside the box and watch all the great things that are coming. So what can you tell people, that just to give them a bit of hope in about 2 minutes? just quickly, happy news.
Well, from all of our research and contacts, we've basically, I can't remember if it's 196 or 206 countries have signed up to Nasara Jassara new government. I don't really know a lot about this, but, you know, Charlie's explained a lot, and I've listened a lot, and basically the world's debt is going to disappear. There's trillions and trillions of dollars in these dragon bonds, which have been basically wiping all the debt out of the US, China, and all the countries will have the debt wiped out. And they're saying, what does that mean? Partly, I don't know, in 6 months, in a year time, maybe sooner. Partly in countries it's already happening. You're going to wake up and your mortgage is going to be gone. Now, we just seen something in Spain the other day, which was like, we didn't think, you know, 'cause it's quite a communist country here, right? And we've probably had it the worst, like Italy, for the lockdown. And the good news on that, even two people actually called Charlie up and he said, Charlie, you're right, what you were saying. I've just seen it in a new job going out for cleaning up the beaches, €3,000 a month, right? Cleaning up the forests, 3,000. That's a good wage, man. That's a good wage, right? €3,000 a month. Now, The big one is going to be the ocean, right? Imagine how many jobs that's going to create. And then when all the countries go one for one, so make sure you gather some pennies from different countries so you get a nice exchange rate. When they go one for one, like you think about those African countries, how many educated people and teachers are they going to need there to put the infrastructure in from the beginning? We're in for a beautiful new world. The whole business, the Sara Jassara government, the change is going to be immense. And I just hope people go into the new world and don't be locked into the old world. People need to take the blinkers off, take the red pill, relax. Everything is going to be great.
Thank you. It sounds wonderful, Lee. So looking forward to it. Thank you so much for coming on to Moving On TV. Just one more question before we go. What is your big dream?
Pardon?
What is your big dream? Is there anything you haven't done yet that you still would like to do? Because it seems like you're like, go out there and you do it.
I have so many. Because before we did this documentary, we were in the middle of starting a new movie, right? And I got a little role there as a sort of a Russian hitman. So I could actually put my martial arts on the screen. It was always a childhood thing for me to do. Listen, I'm not an actor, I'm not an A-lister, but I can fight and look okay on the screen. And I always fancied doing that. So we were supposed to start that at the beginning of lockdown, and obviously, you know, the plans were changed. And then obviously Gregory Hallett came, and we've rushed the documentary first. So I would really like to finish this movie with Dave Mahoney, which would be really nice. So that was always a childhood dream. And for me, on the other side, you know, I'm a bit of a flip-flop. I like a bit of a peace. I like the easy life, the sunshine, and I'm living in a dream right now, to be honest. I've got 3 big dogs. I live in the mountain. I've got panoramic views. I've got a lake down there. I'm 10 minutes from the sea. This is a dream for me.
I'm coming to visit. Thank you so much, Lee. It's been such a pleasure. I look forward to seeing what other incredible things you're going to get up to. By the way, how can people get in touch with you about the nutrition side?
That's a good point, see. I never really, because I was doing all the cancer stuff, which was more, you know, it wasn't something you could, it's a difficult one because I didn't used to put it out there, you know, and I just end up starting to help people through it. But the company we work with, I mean, if you want to get hold of me through them, is VarelsPharma.com. So www.varelstpharma.com. And that's where you can get all of our fabulous food supplements to balance your diet. We've got the anti-aging stuff, everything.
Well, send me the link because I'd love to interview them. I want to find out more. Anyway, it's wonderful, as I say, to talk to you. Thank you so much for coming on to Moving On TV. So tell us about those supplements. There's no chemicals, nothing dangerous, because when you go to these these shops and they're selling vitamins, they're coated in rubbish, talc, and all sorts of stuff, you know, and you also said that they're, what, 20 euros for a month's supply?
Between 20, it depends what you get. We've got DNA Balancer, we've got Decoder. They're about 25, 30 euros for a month's supply. That's all natural. Basically, what you know, when your body starts to get older and it depletes all the things, what we're doing is putting like a little battery up your bum, making the absorption and everything work properly again, but naturally.
Wow. That's incredible. So, you know, so just very quickly again, this little codicil, because this is so incredibly important. So we talked about mercury, and a lot of older people, because they used to have everything, every time you went to the dentist, they pack you with mercury, and then you suddenly realize that mercury is creating mental illness, and you know, the Mad Hatter with the mercury, because they used to use it in hats. What's the best way to detoxify then? Is that supplement going to help to get that mercury out of the body when the teeth are breaking down? And
oh, for sure. Yeah, it'll clean the body. With the detox one, it is designed to get all the metals out of your body. And I'll tell you something what's really good, what they've made. Can you see this one with a little green eye?
Yeah.
So this one, the girls love this one. I mean, listen, I'll take it for me. You know how Botox works, right?
Yeah.
Right, well, this is disgusting. You don't want that. And all the girls end up looking the same. Same when they pump up the lips and all that. It's disgusting.
Yeah.
Right. So what Varels did, they have you heard about hyaluronic acid?
I don't know enough about it, but go on.
But hyaluronic acid now, if you look at all the mainstream commercials, they're on about hyaluronic acid in the cream and putting it on your face. Well, apparently it doesn't go in through the skin. It's impossible. You have to absorb it. So they've developed this hyaluronic acid capsule. And listen to how this works. You take the capsule, after about 22 days, you notice the difference. It basically puts water back underneath the skin and makes it more elasticity, right?
Yeah.
It tightens your skin up. So your skin becomes more elastic, right? And it tightens up naturally. And so all your lines become a lot finer. And that works after about 22 days.
That's fantastic. So yeah, that's lovely to hear that. I just wanted to add that in. And as you say, so the best way to get these products is through that website, which you're going to give me a link. So people can connect, because I'm really interested in looking into that. Thank you very much, Lee. Okay. Every person that comes on here supports us, because we're the new mainstream. Me and Charlie, we're the new mainstream. I'm producing everything I can think of, comedy, entertainment, whatever, so to take over, to get on that box so that people have got a choice and they can watch everything. So it's wonderful to have you, your beautiful personality. Lovely to have you on board. Thank you so much, Lee. Take care. Have a beautiful day. Bye.